to a flame. She couldn't believe what they were saying. How could she ever be to blame? Karen Reed was framed. Her car never struck John O'Keefe. She did not cause his death, and that means somebody else did. They told her he didn't survive the cold, and that she was the one to blame. But Karen knew deep down inside that it was all just a game. Karen Reed was framed. Her car never struck John O'Keefe. She did not cause his death, and that means somebody else did. They told her he didn't survive the cold, and that she was the one to blame. But Karen knew deep down inside that it was all just a game. Karen Reed was framed. Karen Reed was framed. Her car never struck John O'Keefe. She did not cause his death, and that means somebody else did. She found him lying in the snow and tried to help, but then someone pointed fingers at her, accused her of a hit and run, but she knew it was all a game. You're all in on the joke, right? You know the Alberts beat him. My car has a cracked tail light, and John was pulverized. Karen Reed was framed. Her car never struck John O'Keefe. She did not cause his death, and that means somebody else did.
Hello everybody. We're going to be a little bit slow on the switching between mic and stuff because I have to run a spare fan, which you can probably hear running in the background. Got a little fan underneath the laptop so we don't overheat today. Hope it's not too annoying and doesn't drive anyone crazy. So let's say hello to Hank's Tattletale voice. Hello. Melugio TV, hello. Paddy. Aussie, the people are demanding quality lawyer reaction videos. I'd do it if I was any good, but yours are the best, so you best get on it with your masterclass skills. I'm on it. I put it all to this on the side burner till after the trial was over, so we still had stuff to watch. So I think I'm up to Jen McCabe's second part of her shocking testimony. That's on the chopping board right now. I also made some stuff for us to look at today. Hello, Mark. How's it going? Al Dente. Hello. Kathy Ray. How's it going? Duck. In the house. Finally on time. Oh, the sound is good? Good-o. Hopefully the fan doesn't get too annoying to listen to. Hang on. I missed ya. Chat moved. Glen Lake is in the house. Break it to me gently. Okay, I promise I'll be gentle. Kafuffle is here from Northern Brunswick, Canada. Oda, hello Oda May. And Muse, how's it going? Hello from the UK. Hello right back from Australia. Lily Rose, how's it going? From Norfolk County. How's Norfolk County pulled up today, Lily? Hopefully you guys are hearing me pretty much real time instead of having to wait a whole minute, because I remembered to hit the low latency button today. One solo in the house. I hope it's interesting. There's a whole bunch of stuff. There's so much going on. I don't even know where to look. I got the TV going up here. I got the laptop. I got the phone. I got everything going on different shit. There's so much going on. The latency is good. Great. All right. So, Marsha, hello. Gerda from South Africa. Sorry, Darlington, Southern California, I think that is. South Africa. Tripping Gauntlet in the house. Lily Rose. New York's, NC, North Carolina. Can't remember what all these freaking state names are. Nikki is in the house. And so is Lisa from Roanoke, BA, Virginia. Wow, I'm doing all right guessing all these. Hello from Massachusetts, Dorothy. Oh, we got a good little crowd in here tonight. So, wow, so much to go through. So we got Chippy confessing to, hey, if I had to do this all over again, I wouldn't change a thing. So there's that. We've got AJ replying to Chippy saying that. So AJ went on the Howie Cast show. For those who aren't on X and don't know that this has all happened, that's what's going on. Heavy. Oh, actually, I've got that in Discord, so I won't bother you with that. We've also got one of the jurors has come forward, most interestingly, to talk about what the sealed verdict actually had in it. He didn't necessarily say what it was that they wanted to change. He just said, like, it's the same as the verdict that they handed in. I don't know what it was that they changed. He didn't really fess up to anything, but he does say a great number of interesting things, which we'll get to shortly. So what else have I got? Oh, I got a TLDR for people who are asking about, is there a short version of a short summary of the Karen Reid trial for people who don't necessarily need to go all the way back to trial 1.0. I found a TLDR and I like the guy. I think he's funny as fuck. And it just adds to what the juror said, basically. But we'll play through all of those as well. So first up, let's do the TLDR first. So I've got to switch my screen share. Let's do the TLDR straight out of Movie Maker. And if I change all of this, we get to see a bigger picture of it. I think that's about it. Right, so let's hide that stupid thing so I can see what the freaking hell we're sharing. There we go. So this is the TLDR of the Karen Reid trial up to 2.0.
People are like, didn't you hear Karen Reid's voicemails? Obviously, she was fighting with John, so she did it. Well, if you spent the entire night out with your boyfriend and after a month of infidelity, you went to a house party after the bar closed in a dark house that you'd never been to. You might be pissed too, but it didn't mean you killed him. So if you actually believe that Karen Reid is guilty, here's some other things that you have to believe. John O'Keefe just stood there on a quiet street while Karen backed up 84 feet in reverse at 24 miles an hour on a quiet street in a snowstorm. And you just stood there with a glass in your hand and got clipped. And then hair ended up on Karen's bumper along with some glass from the cup that you were supposedly holding that didn't match the glass that you were supposedly holding. And then that hair and that glass had to stay on the back of that bumper in a snowstorm from 34 Fairview to John's house, from John's house to Jen McCabe's house, from Jen McCabe's house back to John's house, from John's house back to 34 Fairview, from 34 Fairview to the hospital, from the hospital back to John's house, and from John's house back to Karen's parents' house in Dayton. And then from Karen's house onto a flatbed truck all the way back to the Canton Police Department, where Higgins and Berkowitz definitely didn't stand in the Sallyport garage when the camera did.
There you go. Dude's a riot. So you heard nothing at all. No audio, but I think it's funny watching his facial expressions. Are you serious? You got no audio at all. Audio gone, back again, dropped out, come back. Oh, what the hell's going on? Why is the audio jumping in and out? Wait. Oh dear. None of you all got to hear that. Hang on. Kevin, can you find the link on Twitter for that little rant? And I'll play it again. It was an epic rant. Did everyone not hear it at all? I don't even know why you couldn't hear it. All right. And that's a little bit worrying because that means that the other videos I recorded for you, you're not going to hear those. It's not OBS today, Lonsai. I ditched the OBS for a bit because I still haven't worked out how to frigging drive it. I don't know his name. I just know it was shared on... here we go. I've got it. It's all right. Thanks, Kev. All right. Let's do this one instead. Hang on. Let's go. Let's do it this way instead. Share this tab. I think it's that one. Let's see if you get the sound this time. Sorry, guys. Thought I had shit sorted out at this end, but nah. Okay, replay. 3 minutes of the TLDR.
People are like, didn't you hear Karen Reed's voicemails? Obviously she was fighting with John, so she did it. Well, if you spent the entire night out with your boyfriend and after a month of infidelity you went to a house party after the bar closed in a dark house that you'd never been to with some people you barely know, and then he went inside and stopped answering your texts and phone calls, and you immediately assume that he's clapping Timo Heisenberg's wife while Higgins is pulling his pud in the corner while Chloe eats a pig ear that she definitely doesn't bite into John's arm. Because pig DNA makes sense. You might be pissed too, but it didn't mean you killed him. So if you actually believe that Karen Reed is guilty, here's some other things that you have to believe. John O'Keefe just stood there on a quiet street while Karen backed up 84 feet in reverse at 24 miles an hour on a quiet street in a snowstorm, and you just stood there with a glass in your hand and got clipped. And then hair ended up on Karen's bumper along with some glass from the cup that you were supposedly holding that didn't match the glass that you were supposedly holding. And then that hair and that glass had to stay on the back of that bumper in a snowstorm from 34 Fairview to John's house, from John's house to Jen McCabe's house, from Jen McCabe's house back to John's house, from John's house back to 34 Fairview, from 34 Fairview to the hospital, from the hospital back to John's house, and from John's house back to Karen's parents' house in Dayton. And then from Karen's house onto a flatbed truck all the way back to the Canton Police Department, where Higgins and Berkowitz definitely didn't stand in the Sallyport garage when the camera didn't work, and Officer Beaver misremembered that they were in there. And she testified to it and then changed it. Because she misremembered. I don't know about you guys, but I totally think up things that make perfect sense in the context of this case and then testify to the FBI and then later forget. Oh wait, I didn't forget. I actually do remember saying that because I thought I remembered that because that's a thing that happened. And then, after I knew that I clipped him, I stayed up all night, leaving him incriminating voicemails and text messages and called this chick that I barely knew to insert myself at the scene of the crime, where while he was laying dead on the ground dying, I just said to her, hey, would you mind searching how long to die in the cold? Because that makes perfect sense. And then nobody says anything about it, but then Jen McCabe's friend tells the FBI that she heard Karen say that, even though she didn't hear it, but she says, oh, I just knew about it because Jen McCabe told me it happened, but I misunderstood your question about hearing it because they said, did you hear that? And she didn't understand that. Because that's totally believable and stuff. Because when my boyfriend is dead or dying in the grass, I just go, would you mind searching how long to die in the cold? It honestly would have been more believable if she said, hey, would you mind searching how long does it take to get killed by Alexis 84 feet in reverse? I'm Karen Reed. Karen Reed is doing the search. You also have to believe that a 6,000-pound Lexus can hit a 6'1", 218-pound man going in reverse, and the only thing that breaks is the taillight. And after he got hit by the 6,000-pound Lexus, it had no bruising, no broken bones, no torn tendons, nothing. And it also left a pattern of dog bites on his arm that was verified by 2 forensic pathologists. Oh, and then the laceration above John's eye, well, of course that came from the spoiler of the 6,000-pound vehicle that clipped him directly in the head. Then all it left was a scratch, because that makes sense. You also have to believe the technical testimony of a man who's been pursuing his bachelor's degree for 18 years that doesn't know the difference between a bit and a bite and has the physiognomy of a sandbag. And if that's not enough, then the big reveal, the accent reconstructionist, is some nerd whose big test was whether or not you can have an arm line up with the back bumper and taillight of an Lexus SUV, so much so that paint gets on your arm. But did you hear the voicemails, though?
Dude's a scream. I'm glad you heard it that time. I wonder what his neighbour is thinking. There's a few people that just go off, and I'm thinking, I wonder what their neighbours think. My neighbours aren't close enough to hear me, so I can go off as much as I like. But it is funny to wonder what the neighbours think. So, but anyway, that's the TLDR of Karen Reid trial 1.0, 2.0, all wrapped up in 3 minutes. So yeah, I will be clipping that for people who have been asking for a TLDR. So I think I couldn't sum it up better myself. I was going to have a go at it, and then I saw that, and I was just like, oh my God, he's too awesome. Exactly. Way too awesome. So I do have on the chopping block what I cut out of the Glares interview and what I cut out of the TMZ interview with the juror, the first juror to speak up, which is really good. Like, they're not afraid to speak up this time. So, oh, who was he? Thank you, Lily. I should give him a shout out to who he was. He is, hang on. Bobby, hang on. Oh no. Whoever screen grabbed it and posted it on X has not told us who he is. Here we go. We got one on this one. It tells us he is on TikTok. He is at taken a PSS, taken a piss. So let me just share that one, just so you can see that that's who he is. See, at taken a PSS. So that's who he is on TikTok. I don't normally frequent TikTok, or sometimes I'll go over there to grab a Morrissey reacts. Really? Let me do it in here. Hang on. I'll just put his take in. There you go. That's his handle on TikTok. And it's a bit of both, Kevy. A bit of both. All right. I'll bookmark that. There is a link to the piece on the post. Thank you, Kev. Supermods sending me links. So we'll come back to Morrissey's made a statement. But before Morrissey's statement, I want to play this one. But we need to test the audio first. Open with time. Let's see if we can get this audio out to you. Let's get this audio out. Now, this was a 2-hour episode where they just basically ragged on the defense for having such a good defense. They're just like crying about the whole thing. Where the defense made up a bunch of stories. Every time they talk about what the prosecution said, it's like, you know, this is fact. This is what actually happened. And then they'll show you, like, you know, little movie snippets and shit. But then when it's defense, but the defense alleges. So, but it's not like that anymore, right? Like right now, it's no more alleges. It's now proven. So I cut out the 2 hours so you don't have to watch the whole 2 painstaking fucking hours of John's 20-year-old ex-girlfriend and his so-called bestie who never met Karen, so obviously wasn't his bestie for the last 2 years of his life at least. Cut all that shit out. This is just Proctor's interview. His name is Bobby Sauce. There you go, guys. Hey Magpot, I am Sweet Pea, was Kathleen's real name. I pray so hard for Karen. Over the years, I cried every time I watched a picture of Karen and John. John did not deserve what they did to him. Indeed, Kathleen. Okay, and both of our EMTs are in the house today. So out of this whole 2 hour freaking cry episode, obviously it was pre-recorded. It's you know, they snipped a bunch of interviews from earlier in trial 1.0. We thought they just tossed them on the floor, but no, of course they had a part 2 ready. I would say they had several clips of several things ready to go depending on the outcome of the trial. But anyway, this is what we got of Michael Proctor.
Does it change the nature of the investigation when you know
fat fuck
that?
So tell me, can you hear that? Are we good? We can all hear it. Can you hear it, Kevy? It's good. It's good for Kev. Is it good for everyone else? So I'll just rewind it again because it was just a test run to see if you all could hear it. Yes. Okay, off we go.
Does it change the nature of the investigation when you know
fat fuck
that the deceased is a cop?
He's put on a bit of weight.
Nor should it. There's a little more emotion involved.
Proctor says at the hospital they realized O'Keefe had been found wearing only one shoe.
And the reason that became important, or was important at the time, during my training and experience, you know, I've been
where to plant the shoe.
Shoes get left at the point of impact.
I've seen them where people get ripped completely out of their clothing and their clothes at the point of impact.
Fuck up.
Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan now
wearing a
proceed
moo-moo.
to interview Karen at her parents' home. Her Lexus SUV is parked in the driveway, and they notice damage to the right rear taillight. In their official police report, they describe it as shattered.
It's a large housing unit, so
So in their police report, they described it as shattered, but in Sergeant Barros's description, it wasn't described as shattered. It was broken. A piece was broken out of it. Certainly not the shattered shit they showed us in court.
significant chunk is missing from that taillight.
What did she tell you happened between her and John O'Keefe that night?
Wait. He admits it.
Large housing unit, so a significant chunk is missing from that taillight.
What did she?
Did you get that? Dude just admitted it. A significant chunk. Not the whole fucking taillight missing. A significant chunk. Which absolutely matches what Barros said. But on top of all of that, my brain just went blank. I forgot what I was going to say. There was another thought that went with that. We'll just keep listening. Sorry. Brain just flagged out on me. But there was another thought to go with that.
Tell you happened between her and John O'Keefe that night?
That she went see if McCarthy's, where she met John and some of his friends, and then went over the waterfall and met a group there. And that they were, it was Jen,
McCabe invited them back to Fairview Road. Based on the investigation, what does the evidence tell you happened on January 29th to John O'Keefe? It would be later in the day that collectively, as we all met as a unit, that he had the one shoe found at the scene, taillight pieces at the scene, the one shoe at the hospital, her statements. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? We
He's
knew
talking a lot about
we
the
knew
shoe.
that what had transpired. Which was? Karen Reed backed her Lexus into John O'Keefe. Had you ever heard of Brian and Nicole Albert? Did that ring a bell? So I heard of Brian Albert. Never met him until I interviewed him. Now Proctor tells me
You're a
he
fucking
did know
liar.
Brother Chris and wife Julie, who'd been at the Waterfall Bar. But you knew Julie and Chris Albert.
Exactly.
Yes,
Nikki.
through a distant relationship with my sister. Did you know Jen McCabe? No. And McCabe's no. No. Never met the McCabe's before, prior to this investigation. Did you ever think at any point that you should recuse yourself from this case? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Wasn't too close to home, both figuratively and literally? No. No. You know, I didn't know these people. There was loose connections with Julie and Chris.
Did.
The defense is questioning the physical.
Loose connections. His sister is besties with them. That's not a loose connection, dude. That's a direct connection. The same sister that you're texting that night, you hope she does her stuff to herself. I can't say that on YouTube. But that same sister, you're talking about that one, that distant relationship there. Is that what you're saying? Indeed, Arcane. He's been looking after himself a little too well.
Evidence found at the scene at this point. Like, why wasn't Karen's taillight found at the scene right away? And the fact that there were even additional pieces of evidence found days, even weeks later, because in pretrial hearings, they insinuate that Karen Reed's taillight fragments may have been planted there. And that cover-up theory is a recurring theme throughout the pretrial hearings for the defense. And the state says that's absolutely baseless. Did you plant evidence? Absolutely not. And I'm laughing because it's such a ridiculous. And it's something I would never do. I've never done. You know, most people would. And there's no evidence of it. We're talking about people in your community, your neighbors, who believe it. This is not strangers.
That's because
why do you think that?
It had to be planted.
A loud minority.
Obviously.
The silent majority we've had an overwhelming amount of support. They're just not out there tweeting.
The silent majority.
Alan Jackson told me that he could not.
I got to tell you this story about the silent majority. This is hilarious because in Australia they did this whole psyop on us, saying that they used this silent majority fucking thing because people were protesting about some bullshit that Scott Morrison done, one of our previous prime ministers, and I think it was he went on holidays through the fires when we had those major fires. I think it was that, although I forget. But anyway, they used that line, like the silent majority, to like put down the protesters. Like, you're not the silent majority, you're the minority. But you know, when you look at all the stats for people who thought Karen Reed was innocent. I've got some stats on that. I got some local stats from Howard Carr, did a Norfolk County phone around, I guess it was, to see how much confidence. We'll go through it in a second, but we'll come back to the stats. But essentially, Australia used the same psyop on us that he's trying to invoke here, the silent majority.
Understand why it was that every time that you went back to the scene, new evidence would materialize. He found that very suspicious. Maybe you didn't read the weather report I provided in my reports. Which indicated? Over the next week to 2 weeks, temperatures range from 30 to 60 degrees with heavy rain, snow melts at a rapid pace. And the more snow that melted, the more evidence unearthed itself. Who are you writing to? My good buddies that have been friends since first grade. Canton hasn't had a homicide in about 20 years. So they're naturally interested, just regrettable messages. But in all the
content and the messages. What you don't see is a conspiracy.
What do you see?
I see someone who's caught up in the moment of investigating, a fellow police officer and just saying.
Someone who was just showing off to his friends because we don't have murders in Norfolk County, this area very often. But, I don't see a conspiracy. That's because you're part of it, moron. I would like to see... That's right. That's not how CSI works. Look, what I would like to see is one of the body language experts on YouTube talk about his body language, because there's a lot of this shit going on, like eye blocking and weird stuff, the way he throws his hands in the air and pacifiers. I'd like to see someone do some body language on it, because this, you can just tell he's lying.
Appropriate things.
Can you see why people called you sexist and misogynist?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I could 100% understand why.
Because you are.
Text messages are entered into
Because you
evidence.
are.
Prosecutors begin to address the defense's claims of bias, and they ask Proctor about the integrity of his investigation when he takes a stand in the first trial.
What, if any, impact did that have as far as your investigation was concerned?
These juvenile unprofessional comments have zero impact on the facts and the evidence and the integrity of this investigation.
I mean, I think one of the texts that you
Bullshit.
sent about Karen Reed is that you said, hopefully she kills herself. You texted this to your
Wait.
sister. That
They're
seems
going to do
incredibly...
this all the way through, and God damn it, YouTube's going to fucking screw me for that. Those text messages were horrible. He did say them. He doesn't really have an excuse for them. And I need to move past that, because they say it like 5 times and I don't want YouTube to freaking destroy me for it. So let's just move a little bit.
Speaking about his suspect.
It was made in jest. It's a figure of speech. Stuff like that. Not
That's a
literal.
figure of speech? Do
Yes.
you use that commonly?
Yes, not commonly, but it's a figure of speech I made in jest. It wasn't
Stupidest shit I've ever heard in my life, bro.
At what point did you develop such strong negative feelings about Karen Reed that you would say things like, hopefully she kills herself, or calling her the C word?
Those
I mean, listen, I've
feelings
said,
developed
I'll explain later.
as the
but
case went on.
I mean, can you...
I caught both of them. I was trying to cut them out so that it wasn't played on the stream, but damn it. Have the Alberts asked for the gift back yet? I don't know. What traumatic event did he experience, Ducky? I think this is what I think he experienced that was traumatic. Being caught for freaking a cover-up. It was so traumatic. We never thought we'd get caught.
See how people might think, he was
I-
caught in this instance
Yeah.
speaking about a suspect in this way. Maybe it's happened in other cases as well.
I 100% understand why people would think that. But when you have, a fellow police officer around my age, 2 kids of his own, it generates an emotion. And I expressed those
Bullshit.
emotions in a
You didn't
negative
know
way,
him.
which I shouldn't have. I shouldn't even, been texting my friends anything.
Some of his texts were with colleagues, including 2 superiors.
When we first got into her phone, the number one thing I wanted to
I mean, he's a
review
giant
was
small
location
penis.
data.
That's amazing.
Text message.
When I first got into her phone, he just admitted he got into her phone, not that he was given some the password or access or anything. When I first got into her phone, there's so many leaks in this interview. It's ridiculous.
And when we got into the phone, I texted the guys at work, our work chain, that joke. No news so far, guys.
Can you see how the impropriety of the text messages opens the door for the defense's allegations that there was some sort of conspiracy and cover-up here?
No
But no
idea.
evidence because it didn't happen. I spent 2 days on the stand. That was Alan Jackson's opportunity to bring that up and question me on it.
Specifically asking you whether you planted evidence.
Yeah, not one question.
Here's the thing. This dude that's interviewing says way back at the start, they accused him of planting evidence. Straight up. And now he's saying, oh no, they didn't actually accuse him I don't remember in trial 1 them actually accusing him straight up of planting evidence, and I'm pretty sure they didn't in trial 2. So as Galera says somewhere through all of this, you know, they've had 3 freaking goes at this and they still can't get the story right. Speaking about the ID discovery mob, you know, they keep getting the story wrong. But anyway,
Boston has a history of police and law enforcement corruption.
Yeah, that I agree with. Not in this case. Didn't happen here.
So why would it be so unreasonable for people to think, well, it's happened elsewhere and recently in Boston, why couldn't it happen in Canton?
They believe that the state police, multiple units within the state police, the Canton Police Department, about a dozen civilians are all in this conspiracy to frame a woman we don't know.
You totally were.
Over the last 2.5
totally
years,
were.
not one person said, wait a minute, I'm not going down for this. Here's what really happened.
Is there any part of the actual...
Wait a minute. I'm not going down for this. Here's what really happened. I'm not going down for this. Well, Proctor, you did go down for it. You could have just told the truth. The problem with him telling the truth is that he has to admit that he tampered with evidence. And that part of the truth is illegal. He will be charged for that. That is a federal, is it a federal offense? It probably is a federal offense, but I'm pretty sure it's a state offense. And you lose your immunity for that. So, yeah, we just won't mention that.
Investigation that you would do over?
Because it's blowing up into this
I would have smashed smaller pieces of taillight.
so-called conspiracy. Maybe I could have avoided it by, you know, looking at other people's cars just to say we did it. There's some witnesses maybe we could have interviewed a little sooner.
He wasn't hit by a car, you fucking moron. The fact that you could not look at John's body and go, nah, he wasn't hit by a car. Like, you wouldn't do anything different. You wouldn't even look at the fucking body. Oh, my God.
But overall, myself and every detective in that office worked this case like we always do. So I wouldn't change anything.
Nothing.
No.
Although Michael Proctor's name continues to reverberate throughout Karen Reed's region.
So when he's asked, what would you change? He's lost his job. He's lost the court case. He's lost the thing that he was lead detective on. He's produced not enough evidence to convict her. He's done a shitty investigation. Everyone's pointing out the shitty investigation, but he wouldn't do anything differently. I got some notes on that. I want to hear what Morrissey says, but I got some notes on that because the Massachusetts State Police don't agree with him. Colonel, what's his name? Colonel, why can't I think of his name? I know it's here. Noble, Jeffrey Noble doesn't agree with you, dude. And I've also got Howie, AJ talking on Howie Carr about responding to that. I wouldn't change a thing. So we'll come to that in a second.
Trial, Proctor himself retreats from the public eye.
Trooper Michael Proctor is relieved of duty effective immediately.
Suspended without pay.
Proctor is suspended without pay pending an internal investigation into his conduct.
I just remember dropping on my knees and laying on my lawn, like crying. And I just remember my mother being like, what? And I kind of gathered myself and I'm like, they relieved me of duty.
What was it like handing over your badge, your gun, your cruiser?
What really got me was my union rep. He had to come over to my house and pick up all my uniforms. And the one time I broke down was putting my Class A uniform. You know, you go through a 6-month academy and you're very proud to put that uniform on.
Oh, poor Proctor. Let me just reply to Lily Rose here. I love that the legacy media now wants to get involved. Proctor is a disgraced former MSP trooper. Why give him a platform? He doesn't deserve it. Legacy media is dead. Totally agree with you. And I agree with giving him the platform. I was going to say more about that, but forgot what it was. Mainstream media won't charge anyone else. Oh, the police won't charge anyone else, so the feds will have to, right? Exactly, Kevy. Boo fucking who. When they put my Class A uniform in, he actually cried. He laid on his lawn and he cried. You love to see it, right, Rando? We're loving it. Imagine what he put Karen through the entire time. And he's like crying in his suit because he lost his job. Anyway, Will has the best response to most of this. So,
Does tough.
In March, the State Police Trial Board dishonorably discharges Michael Proctor on 2 charges, including unsatisfactory performance related to state police conduct standards.
I don't know any trooper that's been punished for personal text messages on their personal phone, let alone fired.
He's appealing the trial board's decision.
So I think for the jurors, there's a mix.
all right, we'll come back to that before we get into that part. That's coming up, but let's have a look at what Colonel Morn was the last guy. Noble. Let's have a look what Noble says about this. Does he think Proctor should have changed? Should like review how he did this investigation? Let's have a look. Colonel Jeffrey Noble says the Massachusetts State Police extends its sincere apologies to the loved ones of Boston police officer John O'Keefe, and so you fucking should. It's the worst investigation on the planet. The events of the last 3 years have challenged our department to thoroughly review our actions and take concrete steps. Dude, why are you lying to us? We saw the audit. There was no thoroughly reviewing your actions in that audit, dude. And take concrete steps to deliver advanced investigative training, ensure appropriate oversight, and enhance accountability. Were you going to give them like even more solid immunity? Because I don't know how you can enhance accountability without removing some of that immunity. Under my direction as Colonel, the State Police has and will continue to improve in these regards. Our focus remains on delivering excellent police services that reflect the value of professionalism and maintain public trust. Well, how is that public trust going for you today? You let this guy off the hook. You never stopped him from doing all this shit. You let the DA take these charges through without actually showing real evidence. How did you maintain public trust? Let's go to this tab. This is the Norfolk County Eligible Juror Survey. So this is Open Diagnostics, a Massachusetts-based polling and research firm, conducted a scientific and statistically representative poll of 1,170 Norfolk County residents who meet the qualifications to be selected as jurors. These respondents were asked their opinions about Commonwealth versus Karen Read, which concluded yesterday when Read was acquitted of manslaughter charges. The poll was entirely conducted the night of June 18th in the hours after the verdict was announced. Okay, so you can get the actual links to the poll. So 93% of Norfolk County eligible jurors are familiar with the Karen Read case, including 61% who followed the second trial very or somewhat closely. It's only 6% of eligible jurors who are familiar with the case believe Read should have been found guilty of manslaughter. There you go. We've been saying it was over 90%. Now we see it's 94%. This is of the locals. That's not worldwide, but of the locals. 54% who are familiar with the case believe she is totally innocent of manslaughter. The remainder would have acquitted Read because of reasonable doubts about her guilt or are unsure. There you go. So that's your little breakdown there. 68% of all eligible jurors in Norfolk County believe that the preponderance of the evidence does not show Karen Reid is liable for a wrongful death. So the civil suit is not based on reasonable doubt. It's based on preponderance of the evidence. And I think it's like 51% possibility or chance that she did. But they're saying that 68% of all eligible jurors believe that the preponderance of the evidence does not show Karen Reid is liable for wrongful death. That number is even higher, 73%, among those who are familiar with the case. It is unlikely that a jury seated for a civil trial will find Reid liable based on the evidence presented in her 2 criminal trials. I have more information about this civil case too that I'll come back to. In fact, there is only 1 in 869,000 chance that 1 in like 750,000, just over 750,000 chance that a randomly selected jury in a civil trial would contain 12 jurors who are not among the 68% who already decided that Miss Reid is not liable. Even if using the more favourable odds derived from the criminal trial, there is only a 1 in 4,100 chance of seating 12 jurors who are not among the 50% of all eligible jurors in Norfolk County that believe Reid is totally innocent. 64% of eligible jurors familiar with the case believe that someone other than Karen Reid killed John O'Keefe. 63% of eligible jurors familiar with the case believe that evidence was planted to help ensure Reid was convicted. That might be you, Mr. Proctor. 61% of eligible jurors familiar with the case believe some of O'Keefe's injuries were caused by a dog, so nearly all of them. Only 11% of those respondents believe some of O'Keefe's injuries were caused by a motor vehicle strike. How could 11% of them, how do we get to 11% when only 6% believe that it was a motor vehicle strike? Just 9% believe that the investigation conducted by the Norfolk County DA's office and Massachusetts State Police was full, thorough, and fair. Well, who would that be? That would be all Proctor's buddies and family, right? The McAlberts. Current, former, and elected officials in Norfolk County's criminal justice system have lost public support. Just 18% of eligible jurors familiar with the case approve of Judge Beverly Cannoni's adjudication of Commonwealth versus Reid. 76% agree with the Massachusetts State Police decision to fire lead investigator Michael Proctor. Only 4% of Norfolk County's registered voters affirmatively believe District Attorney Michael Morrissey deserves re-election. We shall come back to that. I've got a link of Michael Morrissey responding to the trial. 60% of eligible Norfolk County jurors closely followed the second trial of Commonwealth versus Reid, a small uptick from the 58% who closely followed the first trial. While social media like Facebook, 27%, X, 24%, TikTok, 19%, were important sources of information for those following the second trial, legacy media like TV and news continue to be the top sources for information. Notice how they didn't put YouTube in there? Because we had 3 million people tuned in on YouTube. I think it was more by the verdict, but it was 3 million that were tuned into the trial like daily. So 70% of those familiar with the case and 65% of all eligible jurors believe the jury reached the correct verdict in acquitting Reid of manslaughter but found her guilty of OUI. A 55% majority of those familiar with the case believe Reid had driven drunk, including a majority of those who otherwise believe she was totally innocent of manslaughter. Yep, because everyone was drunk that night, but not everybody murdered O'Keefe. Only 1 or 2 people did. We don't know who they were, but they were all drunk and they were all driving. Commonwealth versus Karen Reid has seriously harmed trust in Massachusetts institutions among these respondents. 57% of those familiar with the case have less confidence in the criminal justice system of Massachusetts and are probably moving the fuck out of the state if they're smart. 65% have less confidence in the Massachusetts State Police. 63% have less confidence in the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. And 39% have less confidence in their own city or town's local police department. So there you go, guys. Taken on the eve of the verdict. Interesting, right? So let's go now to Michael Morrissey, what his response is to all of this. Over here. What does Michael Morrissey think about all of this? Oops, I just lost the page. Where the fuck did that go? Here we go. And I am sharing it, aren't I? Right. Did they actually have they had something? Hang on. We'll just wait for the ad to finish and see if they actually have a report and we don't have to read it. Just wait for the ad. They do have a report. Here we go.
Jury cleared her of murder and manslaughter charges in the death of her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, as she was convicted of driving under the influence. WBZ's Penny Commit is in Dedham, where the scene outside the courthouse is very different today.
Pink confetti scattered on the sidewalk and barricades gone from the Norfolk Superior Courthouse. Today, an eerie calm compared to the crowd that packed this street just yesterday, cheering after Karen Reed was found not guilty of her most serious charges.
Murder in the second degree. What say you? Is the defendant at the bar guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Reed was acquitted of second-degree murder and leaving the scene of a deadly crash, leaving the courthouse with just a misdemeanor OUI conviction, sentenced to 1-year probation.
No one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have and my team.
Reed supporters embraced each other in relief and joy, with tears streaming down most of their faces. What brought you to near tears when the verdict was read?
She's free. Karen Reed could be any one of us. She could be any one of us. You know, the evidence was not there. The evidence wasn't there. And I can't even express to you how it feels amazing on one end, and on the opposite end, you know, we still need to figure out what happened to John.
It was disgusting. The family heard it. It was disgusting.
The O'Keefe family appalled by the celebrations. They left the courthouse privately and gathered down the street. John O'Keefe's college friend, John Jackson, spoke with us after the verdict.
Johnny deserved much more than this.
College friend?
He just deserved much more than this.
So I got to say, how many grifters came along to hang off the coattails of the family and the John O'Keefe story, because, you know, his so-called bestie, who's been on freaking every TV show on the planet so far, saying that he was John's bestie, hadn't even met Karen Reed. She was literally living at his house for 2 years, but he hasn't met her. This guy is his college friend, obviously has nothing to do with him for many years because he's just a college friend. How about some people who actually were hanging around with John in that 2 years that he was dating Karen? How about those friends? Because they're real friends, right? He's got a new girlfriend. They want to meet her. They start hanging out. How about those friends? Because they don't support what the grifter friends are saying.
The number of Reed supporters only increased since her first trial, which ended in a mistrial in July of 2024. This time, jurors heard from 49 witnesses over 8 weeks and saw more than 200 pieces of evidence. On Wednesday, Reed thanked her supporters for donating more than $1 million to her legal fund over the last several years.
Just thank you to my supporters. They pulled us through on their backs. Thank you.
But Karen,
before they go on, let me just ask you, put a 1 in the chat if you literally wet your pants like I did when Crash Daddy pulled the tail light out in front of the jury. Like, seriously, I could not believe he done it. I was over the fucking moon. I couldn't believe he done it. They literally, they had a tail light in the room with them. Would have been good if they had the extra apparatus to actually plug the tail light in, see how it glows. But we're going to come back to what they noted about that. Even without the extra stuff. No, Kevin, I don't. Feel free to find it if you want. Sorry, sidetrack. But yeah, did you guys like lose your shit? Because I did. It was fucking awesome. I couldn't believe it. Like, I knew that having the tail light in there with them was going to be part of helping them make their decision. But I just didn't think Bev was going to allow it. But it's the fact that it was Crash Daddy that did it. If anyone else had done it, she probably would have said no. But I think even Crash Daddy doing it, she probably wasn't impressed but couldn't stop it. So that's interesting. I loved it. Bring on the tail light with the crash.
Karen Reed's legal fight isn't totally over yet. The O'Keefe family has filed a civil suit against her and the 2 bars that her and John were drinking at that night. They're asking for over $50,000 in damages. In Dedham, I'm Penny Commit, WBZ News.
And just moments ago, the colonel of the state police released this statement on the Reed verdict. Colonel Jeffrey Noble writes, in part, the events of the last 3 years have challenged our department to thoroughly review our actions and take concrete steps to deliver advanced investigative training, ensure appropriate oversight, and enhance accountability. Under my direction as colonel, the state police has and will continue to improve in these regards.
Since you're talking about oversight, are you not the oversight for the, I forget what he was, the commander of the police? I can't think of the name of it right off the top of my head right now. That spoke with Deva. Are you not his oversight? Should you not be speaking to him about talking Kelly Deva around on changing her story? That's why I don't believe Noble. Also, because Noble was actually one of the respondents in the SCOTUS case. So, we probably should be raising an eyebrow at what Noble fucking thinks of his MSP.
Members of the state police were disciplined for their actions during the first Reed trial, most notably the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, who was fired. Karen Reed's 2 trials put the community in Canton in the national spotlight and left many divided. Residents there tell us people have come to visit the restaurants and bars mentioned in the case and to see the Fairview Road home at the center of the trial. Over the past 4 years, town meetings grew heated and residents voted to audit their own police department. People we spoke with say they're ready to put the whole ordeal behind them.
You get both sides, people that were related to both sides of the story, and people are very aggressive about it.
I think we just want to put it past us. Again, it was a tragic situation for everyone involved, especially John O'Keefe, and I think we're just ready to move on.
And moments after yesterday's verdict, Canton town leaders released a statement as well, saying today's outcome may bring a sense of relief to some and continue to raise questions for others. We encourage members of the community to move forward together, treating one another with respect through civil, constructive dialogue.
Is that the new one? I think that's...
And stay cool. I'll see you again tomorrow morning, beginning at 5 a.m.
I think that's the new guy who just got elected. It's a long string. It is, but I got it. No idea why it's so long, Kevy, but it's like 3 pages long, but I do have it. Is John McCourt the new Canton Select Board dude? Anybody know? I know we've got a couple of locals in the house to Norfolk County, but I think that's a new guy, isn't it? All the podcasters told the truth and the news did not. Exactly. That's why they didn't list us in the why they didn't list YouTube in the stats. Want to hear something funny about Boston Police Commissioner Cox? That's who I was. Thank you. You just filled in the blank for me. That's who I was referring to. When he and Brian Albert were on the street, Brian Albert and some other cops beat him into a coma. Maybe the millions he got. What? Brian Albert beat the Boston Police Commissioner into a coma? No way. Like, I knew that there were people out there who had been victims of his before, but I didn't know that the police commissioner was one of them. That's where, but it actually, that kind of explains some shit now. It's not that he has some sort of strange protect the Brian Albert alliance. It's that he's freaking scared of him. No, it's a female is new on the select board. Thank you, Jen T. The most recent election to the Canton Select Board took place on April the 8th. That was my birthday, with a contested race between incumbent Connolly and the new incomer Susan Harrington. Gotcha. Thank you, Kev. Super mod. Doing the research in the background. He's so good at it. He bought some strange loyalty. Right. So I'm thinking the commissioner's afraid of him. MSP and Boston PD are different entities. Deborah was Boston PD. Well, she was Canton PD, and she was Boston PD, wasn't she? And I'm fucking confused. Yeah, but that was way back in April when this all started. I actually forgot it was my birthday that day. I was so busy following the Karen Reid case. I didn't realize till the following day. Another cop whose future depends on them saying the right things. Exactly, Colin. I didn't see BA as a person of interest in the story. I read about the Cox dude years ago, but seriously, wouldn't be surprised if he was. We always saw BA because we seen Brian Albert photos just afterwards where his arm was in a sling. So we always thought he was involved. Right. A number of people, a number of his subordinates, a number of people have come forward. So there you go. Interesting. Where was I going to after that? Okay, now let's go to our juror. Let's get that off the screen. Get this one on the screen. To our juror. Okay, this comes from TMZ. We'll just move it back a little bit. Whoops. I went too far. Right. So TMZ interviewed this juror. I don't know what number juror he was. He says some really interesting stuff, which I found interesting.
I think for the jurors, there's a mix of.
Hang on, I'm not sharing it. Wait
some people think that she was definitely innocent.
Shit.
And
let's go back again.
And it was that she's
Oh wow, I went too far. Sorry guys, I'm just getting a grip here. Let me share the screen. Get a freaking grip, Ozzy. Get a grip. Juror number 4 it is, I think. Kevin looked it up for us. Juror number 4, Supermod to the rescue again. What's it going to take for Higgins to fess up? Carol, I don't know, Carol. Karen Reid, juror speaks out and drops bombshell. TMZ live clip. You're onto it, Bob. You're onto it. BA and his cronies thought Cox was a suspect because he is black and they almost beat him to death. Interesting. All All right, so juror, here's the juror interview. So
I think for the jurors, there's a mix of some people think that she was definitely innocent, and the other people, there was a lot of reasonable doubt, at least to where we didn't want to convict her.
That's really interesting. So could you give me a breakdown there? Roughly what percentage of the jury felt she was innocent?
I mean, I can only speak for myself. I think that she was innocent. It's hard to tell exactly what people think deep down. There was a lot of things thrown at us, of evidence. So it's hard to tell what's really.
So you say in your head she was innocent. Does that mean you think she was framed by people inside that house?
It doesn't necessarily mean that. I don't know what happened.
this is really important, and I hope Wendy Windy Moppet is actually listening, because she's insulted all of these jurors, said that they should all be deported. But yeah, listen up, Wendy.
And I don't know what happened to John. Really, I was only presented a limited scope of what happened at the night, and I could only base my opinion off of the evidence that was shown in the courtroom. So I don't really know if there was a cover-up or not. I know that's the big conspiracy around it, but I don't really know. All I know is that there was a lot of holes in the investigation.
I don't know how he knows there's a big conspiracy around it. He shouldn't know that, but I have to give him credit where it's due, because this is after they've handed in their verdict. So he probably did have time to go check out what the stories are with it. So, but it's a smart answer. It's like, we weren't tasked with that. We were tasked with looking at the evidence that was in front of us.
Whether they were deliberate holes or not deliberate holes, it's kind of hard from me sitting back to know that, what actually happened.
So what was the feeling of the jury? Because Alan Jackson and the other lawyers raised the issue that she was framed by cops, and that they would have turned that house upside down if they really wanted to do an honest investigation. And
that wasn't put before this jury, Harvey Levin, and you're a fucking lawyer. You should know better than to say shit that's not true.
That he was not hit by a car. He was attacked in that house, bitten by a dog, and then put outside to frame her. Did people on the jury, or some of them, buy that argument?
I think some of them bought that argument. It's just hard to tell, though, because whether or not we think that there was malicious intent, we were only presented with the facts that they didn't go into the house. So,
exactly.
There's an example of reasonable doubt. So, like, there's other examples of reasonable doubt. So, even if you want to completely buy into the theory or not, that wasn't what we were tasked with. We were tasked with convicting or, deciding on this person's fate based on the proof and the evidence that the Commonwealth was able to present. And, there was a lot of holes in the investigation.
Yet you went many steps beyond that, because you say, in your view, she was innocent. What compels you to think that?
Well, one thing that I think that compels me is we did a lot of review of the tapes, and it seemed to me that the videos that we could see from the car after the alleged incident happened, that when we could see the taillight, it was lit up red where it shouldn't just have been red. So that leaves to me a conclusion of
hallelujah. They got it, that the taillight should not have lit up red. Well done, BN Trouble. AJ slipped that in closing arguments. It actually wasn't part of any evidence that they presented, but he slipped that in closing arguments, and the jurors got it. And they looked for the actual what are you saying, Taryn? I think you're not too bright, actually. This juror's freaking smart ass. But yeah, if you just came here to troll, you're probably going to find your ass booted very quickly. This juror was smart as. We didn't see the dead tail light where we were supposed to. And some other people pointed out, I tried to point it out in a couple of videos that I did as well, that there's only one frame in there where that tail light looks the way they wanted it to. And it just so happens to have a whole bunch of brush marks there as well, like it was photoshopped. But otherwise, the entire video does show that her tail light was red. It was not completely knocked out. But Be in Trouble, you are a legend. You were the one that brought that to AJ's attention. I'm pretty sure other people did too. There was someone who actually wrote a report I think it was before the last trial. Smashed up the tail light, showed how the diffuser is the thing that lights up the tail light. So if that diffuser was all smashed, then it absolutely couldn't. No, it wasn't. It wasn't Taryn. This juror was great, exactly, Arcane. So, yeah, I don't know what planet you're on, Taryn. I think it's actually you that's pretty fucking stupid, actually. There was no hard evidence with the tail light. What there was a cop who's not part of this tribe saying that only a piece off the side was missing. And where did that piece off the side that was missing turn up? Oh, yes, at 34 fucking Fairview. The little piece off the side that was missing that Karen said she dropped in the driveway at One Meadows turns up at 34 Fairview. That's pretty fucking hard evidence. Oh my God, no thanks. Pass on that, Kevy. Pass on that. Pass on that. And lots of proof that she was framed. Right. That's Be in Trouble did a great job. Exactly. He did a great job. I was awesome surprised that AJ was able to slip it in the closing arguments, because it wasn't actually brought into evidence about what the diffuser actually does. Or was it? I need to watch Crash Daddy again, because I feel like maybe he did actually address it, perhaps. I can't remember. He might have said something about the diffuser, because I know he did go into some detail on the diffuser. I don't actually remember him saying that the diffuser is what makes the light glow throughout the thing. All these mainstream shows are suddenly popping up and wanting to get this scoop. I know. Harvey Levin is the person I fucking hate the most out of all the fucking tabloid. Like, I love Turtle Boy, hate fucking Harvey Levin. That their genre is kind of the same. They're both tabloid, right? Media. But the reason I hate Harvey Levin is just because I fucking hate Harvey Levin. No, it's because of what he done to Britney Spears, basically. And he's still fucking banging that drum that she should be fucking locked up. It's like, get the fuck out of here, you fucking moron. So that's why I hate him. But did you see the interview with the former FBI agent? His name is Michael Easter. I played it yesterday on the stream, Boda Bob. Was it yesterday? I don't remember if it was yesterday or the day before, but I did play it. I think it was the day before. I played it on the stream. Yes, I did see it. You think it was Jen that gave it to Proctor? Here's the thing. Karen pulled it off. It could have been Jen that gave it to Proctor. Yeah, you could be right. Someone at One Meadows did, right? Somebody at One Meadows gave it to Proctor. So, and as he said in his interview, after the snow had already started thawing, which is what made me think it was found at One Meadows after the snow had started thawing, which is why it only started turning up 2 weeks later when the snow started thawing. But anyway, of course he got it. Not only did he get it, he got on top of that, Taryn, what else they got, the jury as a whole, was the fact that Bev was trying to trick him into count 2 by putting the lesser included under count 2. They got that. Out of 4 of their questions, 3 of their questions were related to you're trying to trick us, putting that there, essentially. So they all got it. They were freaking smart as. But anyway, let's continue on and listen to
Well, it's, you know, it's not, it doesn't have any red pieces where.
So in other words, you do not believe that SUV made contact with John O'Keefe?
I don't believe that the SUV collided with John O'Keefe.
What was the initial vote with the jury when you first took your vote?
We didn't do an initial straw poll. The judge recommended to us in the courtroom that is not a good way to do it. We broke down, what we did is we broke down each charge and we went from top to bottom and discussed everything thoroughly and, you know, did our best to do right by it, you know.
That's funny because Judge Bev had it all set up like a funnel to funnel them down into that specific spot. The whole thing was set up as a funnel. And they did exactly what she said and ended up at the wrong verdict for her anyway, from Bev's point of view.
Karen Reed and the Commonwealth.
Was there a division initially?
Yeah, there was a division. But that's what we're there to deliberate and talk about all the evidence. There was 2 months of us sitting there, them throwing all this information at us absorbing the information, going home, thinking about it, reviewing it in our heads, not, you know, and we get to the deliberations and now we have an opportunity to discuss. Some people went into the deliberations and they were still unsure after two months. And that makes sense because there was a lot of things going on. There's a lot of information. How much can you weigh one thing or another thing over, you know?
Yeah. What about jurors who felt initially she was guilty? Were there any of them?
See, he says there, not a lot, but he does say that the original form, Bev was in rare form. Yes, she was, Bob. He does say that the original form reflected the form that was ended up being read out to the allowed in court. But there was actually something in there. I noticed what's his name? The who's the court clerk? Jimmy. I noticed Jimmy tried to trick him into saying, no, I don't think Jimmy was trying to trick them. I think that Jimmy just read it wrong. I don't know. I'll play it through for you when we get there. But there was actually a mistake that Jimmy made where he read out in open court, not guilty on charge 2, and the jury foreman said yes. Jim McDermott, thank you, hold my halo. Jimmy McDermott read out in court. What was your decision on count 2? And the jury foreman said not guilty, and Jim looked at him and went, not guilty, and he went, yes. It was so funny because then Bev had to interrupt and said of she put in the question mark of. I'll play it through for you in a second. Jim, the DUI guy. That's who he is, Kev. Jimmy, can you find that segment where they're reading the 3 charges, where Jim's reading the 3 charges? Because I just wanted to play that little bit where Jim McDermott fucked up and got the jury foreman to say not guilty on charge 2. We'll come back to that, but let's listen to the last little bit. Thank you.
Yeah, there were a few jurors that think that had thought that initially when they went into the deliberations that was their standpoint, and that's what we were there to do, to talk through all that and bring up every single piece of evidence. You know, is there an angle of reasonable doubt to where we're not really sure? Like, are you really sure? Are you 100%, or are you 99.9%? You know, if you're that 99%, you know, we can't convict you.
What brought the ones who felt she was guilty over to the not guilty side? Was there anything in particular that seemed to resonate with them?
You know, it's hard to tell from my position. you'd have to ask them about it. But in my opinion, I think it was just due to the poor investigation. There's just too many holes, and it's hard to prove that the collision happened.
You're listening, Peggy?
If there's reasonable doubt that
everybody is saying the same thing. It was such a poor investigation. Open your ears up, Peggy. Oh, thank you, Kev. Yeah, everybody says that investigation was the worst investigation on planet Earth. 90% of the world who's seen it, who have worse investigators, think it was the worst investigation. Everybody except the mum, because she just wants to hang the ex-girlfriend because she never liked her anyway.
happened, or that there may have been foul play. If there's room for that, then it's hard to come to a guilty verdict.
What happened when the jury initially said they had a verdict and then said, oops, no, we don't, and then 15 minutes later they said, oh, we do? What happened there?
That actually is kind of interesting. So the envelope, it was sealed. Everything on that initial slip was the same as the slip that was presented.
But why did they pull it back?
The pulling the back was
driving under the influence, essentially, drunk driving.
Yes, driving under the influence. We in our deliberations, we had decided there was enough evidence and proof that she was driving under the influence.
So, how did the defense do? How did the lawyers do, in your view? Her lawyers.
For her lawyers specifically, I think they all did. I think that all the lawyers on both sides did a really good job. They presented their case as well.
The police, you say the investigation was poor. The defense said it was more than poor. It was corrupt, and they pointed to the lead detective who had been fired, didn't testify in your trial. Did that have an impact? And did you think it was a corrupt police investigation?
Do I think it was a corrupt police investigation? I don't know. There's no way for me to know. I can't.
Let me answer that for you. Yes. Mark says he's lost sound. Is everyone else hearing it? It might be because I hit the mute button while I coughed, so I didn't cough in your ears. I think I worked out that all these extra apps are connected to my mute button except Chrome. So, can you guys hear it though? It was a simple one to answer. Can you guys hear him though? His sound is cutting out sometimes. All right. Well, that's actually me hitting the mute button occasionally so you don't hear me cough. So that tells me that these external apps from Chrome are connected to my mute button. So I'll try and stop doing that to you.
I wasn't there. There was just there was holes in the case that left for reasonable doubt. I think they could have checked some boxes or done some things differently. But do I know that they were corrupt? Absolutely not. I don't know that there was any corruption going on. But do I know that there wasn't enough proof or evidence secured by the police to convict Karen Reed? Absolutely not. There was not.
Fair to say that your view was that her SUV did not make contact with O'Keefe, therefore she did not kill him, but you don't know how he died.
I would say that's fair to say. I don't know how John O'Keefe died, and I do not believe that there was a collision between the SUV and John O'Keefe.
See, that is the smartest answer. Like, all these answers are smart, but they were never tasked to work out how John O'Keefe died. They were only tasked with, did she kill him? Is there enough evidence beyond reasonable doubt that she was the one who killed him? So this is why I think the jurors were really smart this time. They picked up the funnel trap that Bev was trying to set for them, and they did what they were supposed to do and look at the evidence and see if it proved that Karen Read killed him. Not that she was framed or that someone else did it or what happened to John O'Keefe, just that whether or not her vehicle struck him.
Did all of the hoopla around the case, the people outside, did it give you comfort in reaching a verdict like this, that you saw there was a community behind your point of view, or was it irrelevant?
Honestly, that made the pressure a lot harder, and it did not give me comfort. It made it a lot harder to block out everything and come to a decision.
Why did it make it harder?
It made it harder because all of the eyes are on us. We were told we're the most important people in the courtroom, and they keep us away from the crowds of people in the front of the courthouse, but we do see them, and I don't think that having all those people swayed me to go either way. We were only tasked with looking at the evidence. We were 12 jurors. We had to back up how we felt in this for our decision, and we couldn't let any outside factors, her punishment. We couldn't factor any of that. We had to look at the evidence that was presented to us, absorb it, really understand it, and see if there's any reasonable doubt. And there was.
So there you go. That was his interview. All right. So maybe if Bev hadn't had no FKR zone, it would have been harder for the jurors. Right. So let me just get my head together because I had more. I forgot what I asked you to go look for now, Kev. Oh, yeah. What? Okay, this is the screw up that Jimmy made in court. That's what this is. So let me share this tab. I'm starting to get too many tabs open. Hit the pause button on that one. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, I read that. Sorry guys, give me 1 sec. I'm getting there. All right, here we go. Share that tab. That one there. Cool. We're all looking at the same thing. So listen to Jimmy read out the 3 charges. On the second charge, he has screwed up. He says not guilty on charge 2.
Mr. Foreman, on docket number 2282 CR 117001, murder in the second degree, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you? No. Do you agree?
Yes.
Do all of you agree?
Yes.
Thank you. 002, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar not guilty or guilty?
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Is not guilty or guilty of that charge or any lesser included charge? Thank you. Specifically number 5, operating under the influence of liquor by...
So did you hear it? He screwed it up, man. Let's play it again.
Agree? Yes. Do all of you agree?
Yes.
Thank you.
Listen to it again.
002, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar not guilty or guilty?
Not guilty.
He says not guilty. Jimmy's like, wait a minute. You fucking just said that in open court. Rewind, screech.
Is not guilty or guilty of that charge or any lesser included charge? Thank you. Specifically number 5.
And you hear Bev in there. She pipes up as well. Of.
002. What say is the defendant at the bar not guilty or guilty?
Listen to Bev.
Not guilty.
Of.
Is not guilty or guilty of that charge or any lesser included charge?
Bev's like, of. Like, they all knew. Jimmy knew, Bev knew, and even AJ perked up when he said not guilty of charge 2. So it was pretty funny. But anyway, he's a box of rocks. It was pretty funny. Like, it really was. But anyway, watch Yanetti's face. This is why I burst into tears. Watch Yanetti's face.
Thank you. Specifically, number 5, operating under the influence of liquor by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. Correct?
Yes.
So say you, Mr. Foreman?
Guilty.
So say you all?
Yes.
003. What say is the defendant at the bar leaving the scene after accident resulting in death? The defendant not guilty or guilty?
Not guilty.
So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all? Jurors, hearken your verdict as the court records that you upon your oath say the defendant on 001 is not guilty, on 002 is guilty of operating under the influence of liquor, and 003 not guilty. Thank you.
He finds it so hard to not burst into tears. That's a good... Same for Dina. That is a good lawyer. When your lawyer is as invested as you are. Crazy, right? So that was what we heard inside the courtroom. What we had outside the courtroom, I'm sure I've got that tag somewhere. That was that one. I forget the lady's name, but we do have what was outside the courtroom. Penny, like a coin. Where'd you go? Where'd you go, Penny? Hang on, I'll just find it for you. What happened? What it sounded like outside the courtroom. What's her name again? I know her handle is Penny like a coin. Hang on. There, Penny Commit. Here we go. Outside. We'll get there. Here we go. This one here. Let me just check you're looking at what I'm looking at. Yo. Let's do... I just lost my tab. This tab. Here we go. So this was the uproar outside the courtroom. So they're all listening to the verdict, and then they get count 3.
Not guilty. Second. Not guilty of everything except only a lie.
there you go. Well, that's what was going on outside. Wow. It gets me every time too, Olive. Like, it was a very emotional moment. There's also when Turtle Boy comes out. Let me see if I can find when Turtle Boy comes out. Oh my god, that was funny. I forget who posted it now. Can you help me find that one, Kevin? So it was what's his name come out? PP came out and everyone was like, boo! And then Turtle Boy walked out behind him. It was like, yay! It was pretty hilarious. Actually, I think maybe someone might have. Oh, here's AJ's thing. So I'll come back to that. But someone might have posted this to me in Discord. Let me see if it's in the Discord. Where is the Turtle Boy comes out? Also, Turtle Boy did an interview with Billy Bush, which is somewhere here. But can you find the post where John DiPietro? Oh, I found it. It's good. It was in Discord. All right, let's get this one up. Where was it? This one here. Let me just check you guys are seeing what I'm seeing, and you are. This is pretty funny. So this is DiPietro coming out. You see him standing down here on the stairs? We're like, boo! Oh my god, that was good. Go watch it again. DiPietro, he thinks he's such a cool dude, but the crowd showed him. It was so good. I loved it. Oh my god, that was hilarious. Yeah, thank you. I did find it though. Thank you, Kev. You sent it to me in Discord, so I was actually looking through the Discord links. So Redford, thanks for joining us. It was the greatest Indisposed. It was the greatest. So, what do we got? Howie Carr next. We got. Let me just find my Howie Carr link. Actually, I think I can do that through the Discord too. Howie Carr was here. Share this tab. Now, I think he's still live. So it's going to be like way back
with us talking about this case.
I'd love to. That's a gentleman's before I ever represent.
All right. Here we go. It might be right back a little bit. Am I sharing the right tab? I am. Let's drop that off. Right. Howie Carr talking to AJ.
The union. You can have
New Hampshire and Vermont. Perfect.
We love Howie Carr.
So did you ever were you ever in any doubt, or how much doubt were you in as to whether or not you could get a fair trial in Norfolk County the second time around?
Oh, I had how much doubt was I? I was in enormous doubt. I mean, I never doubted the evidence. I never doubted her innocence. I never doubted Karen's. The just result should be that Karen walks out of that courtroom in the front door, through the front door, not the back. But did I doubt whether or not I could get a fair trial? About every single minute of every single day. Yeah, I doubted it significantly. I think we may be the only duo, lawyer and client, who has gotten back-to-back acquittals on murder charges. I mean, we got back-to-back acquittals. When has that ever happened?
Double jeopardy. And I thought you were going for triple jeopardy yesterday when they brought back they said, oh, we don't have a verdict after all. I mean, you're going into the record books. You got two murder acquittals here in a row.
Yeah, I don't know that I'll ever meet another lawyer who can claim that. Yeah, this team has gone through the gauntlet.
What was it like having basically the judge tied your hands, the defense's hands behind your backs, didn't she? What was that? What was that like?
First things, it was difficult. I mean, that was the challenge, right? So Hank Brennan came on as this, sort of self-proclaimed stalwart of justice. We're going to make sure that Karen Read gets a fair trial. That was just lip service. It was anything but that. The Commonwealth had a theme and a theory going into this case that they did not want the jurors, in my view, they did not want the jurors to actually hear the evidence. They had no interest in having the jurors presented with the truth and the evidence on both sides, even playing field. Everything they did strategically was to try to hide evidence, try to hide witnesses, try to hide experts from the jurors. They filed motion after motion after motion. And, well, that's one thing. I mean, I can handle a prosecutor. I can beat most prosecutors with my hands tied behind my back. I know evidence very, very, very well. The problem is when the judge is on the Commonwealth side and tends to lean toward the Commonwealth, that makes life very difficult. And I've got example after example after example of the Judge Cannoni making very bizarre rulings that just did benefit the Commonwealth over the defense. And they're myriad.
Yeah, we would get, people would be texting in and saying, why doesn't Jackson object to this or that? And I said, after, he's been overruled, his objection's been overruled about 1 million times in a row. I mean, he's just pissing off the jury if he keeps objecting because he knows what's going to happen, right?
So the court is a theater, right? There is a theater to courtroom advocacy. And part of it is playing to the audience. And the audience is not the public at large. The audience is not the bloggers. The audience is 12 folks, or in this case, 18 folks sitting in a jury box. I had to play the odds. There was a witness I took, Howie. This is still just shocking to me. There was a witness that I took on direct examination. It's direct. And it's an expert. And just allowed to lead experts. In every state in the union, you can have moments where you lead experts. Every question I asked was objected to by Hank Brennan, and 100% of his objections were sustained. I've never seen that in 30 years of practice. Literally, I think it was 49 objections and 49 sustained objections by Hank Brennan and the judge. Talk about trying to keep the information from the jurors. It's not like I was abusing my position trying to get information in that was not relevant. I just had to ask the question 17 different times in 5 different directions to get the information in front of the jury. I've never had a situation where the judge sustains every single objection by the prosecution. That's never happened. Statistically, it's impossible.
How about the fact when Brennan would kind of drift off and you would ask a tough question and she would ask Brennan, objection, counselor? I've never seen that in court. Have you?
No, never. It certainly seemed like the Judge Cannoni had an idea of what she thought should be presented to the jury and how she thought it should be presented to the jury instead of just being, calling the balls and strikes. That's what she's there for. Her job is very, very it's simple. She is a gatekeeper of the evidence, for sure, absolutely. So you don't want to allow abuses on either side to occur in your courtroom, but you allow the lawyers to try the cases. You allow the lawyers to direct examine the witnesses or cross-examine the witnesses. You allow the evidence to come in before the jury because ultimately the jury is the trier of fact, not the judge. The most important folks in the room are the jurors. So it struck me after a while, and it struck me in trial number one. She did the same thing. It was just, in my view, abusive of the process, not allowing the system to just work. Let the witnesses testify, let the evidence come in, and let the jurors weigh the evidence, and then let the advocates argue about the weight of the evidence. That's a trial in and of itself. It's not difficult.
What would if you could speak directly to Judge Canone, what would you say to her in criticism of what she did?
Well, I have to be careful. I am an officer of the court in every jurisdiction in which I'm pro hoc, and I can imagine I may be back here in Massachusetts again. I doubt I'll be in front of Judge Canone. But my suggestion would be just do better. Don't try to put your thumb on the scale. No judge should ever try to put your thumb on the scale. Let the evidence get before the trier of fact in a fair and, above all else, an impartial way. I did not feel this was an impartial judge. I just didn't. And I don't think anybody who's watching would argue with that.
What about the district attorney, Michael Morrissey, who got 3,000 pages of evidence from the FBI, pretty much conclusively proving that your client did not strike John O'Keefe, and yet he went out and spent close to $500,000 to hire his own experts. What would you say to Michael Morrissey, the district attorney?
For Michael Morrissey, I have a lot more to say than I have to say to Judge Canone. For Michael Morrissey, the overall arching comment is do better. Do better, sir. You are in the job of seeking justice. You're not in the job of winning cases. And that's what it seemed like he was doing. Not seemed like. That's all he was doing. And that's what Hank Brennan was doing. And that's what Laura McLaughlin was doing, who was writing all the papers, the abusive process, trying to keep all of our witnesses out of the courtroom. Literally, they spent hundreds and hundreds of hours filing motions trying to keep our witnesses away from the jurors. Ultimately, we were able to overcome it, but it was not easy, Howie. I got to tell you, this is one of the most challenging. This is the most challenging case I've ever tried in my life. And we didn't win because of the process. We won despite the process that was put in place in that Dedham courtroom. It was a travesty, in my view, an absolute travesty.
What was the worst thing that they kept out? The butt dials, the FBI, the solicitation of a bribe?
You just hit the nail right on the head. The FBI. How can you possibly defraud a jury by saying, okay, defense, you're not allowed to mention the fact that ARCA was hired by an independent agency, the FBI and the Department of Justice, the DOJ, and at the same time allow the prosecution to get up and cross-examine the very witnesses that were hired by the FBI and call them your employers. Are you kidding? That was not a mistake. Hank Brennan did that absolutely on purpose, and he did it because he knew he was going to get a very favorable call by the judge. We objected over and over. We said he opened the door. This is perpetrating a fraud on the jury. This was not their employer. Nowhere close to being their employer. These witnesses' employer is ARCA. Yet when we went to sidebar, nope, you can't mention the FBI. And the Commonwealth was still able to perpetrate this just abject fraud on the jury. Now, thank God the jurors were smart enough that they did not allow that to affect their ultimate judgment. But that's the kind of abuse that should not ever happen in an American courtroom.
Did you think that Brennan was going to seek jail time for the drunk driving? No,
I didn't. I told Karen going into the verdict watch, if you will, I sort of have the sound of the Jeopardy theme in my head when I go into verdict watch. It's brutal. It's friggin' brutal. But no, I told her over and over, look, there is a very good possibility that there's going to be an OUI conviction. Very good possibility. And that was, in some respects, that was by design, and I can explain that at a later time. But
I knew that.
In my view, no way that Judge Canone could actually impose some sort of draconian jail time. Nobody gets jail time in Massachusetts for first-time DUI with perfect driving record. And that's exactly how Karen came to. She's not allowed under Massachusetts statutes. She is not allowed to consider acquitted charges. And I knew, in my heart of hearts, we were going to acquit her of everything having to do with striking John O'Keefe with an SUV. It just didn't happen. It just didn't happen, and there was no way they could prove it happened. So she was going to be standing before the judge with a very clean record, first-time DUI, with no real information, true information about her BAC at the time of the driving. So I was not concerned that she was going to go to jail. Karen was very concerned, obviously. Anybody who's in that position thinks the guillotine is hanging over their head, obviously.
Let me just say, Kylie, this is not the pinnacle of Alan Jackson's career. Phil Spector was. There was a couple of them that he prosecuted were the pinnacles of his career. He's actually a movie producer. He's produced 3 movies now. This is not about his own ego or saving face. And I think it was, no, Phil Spector is what he prosecuted. But anyway, moving right along, you're wrong. The pinnacle of his career was Phil Spector. And probably because now he's a Hollywood lawyer, he's had multiple cases where they could all be the pinnacle of his career. Karen Reid is probably the least pinnacle because she wasn't that well known. She wasn't even known until Turtle Boy put it out there. But I'm going to assume that Turtle Boy's going to trigger you too, and we'll sort that out for you next.
Right. Concerned, but I wasn't, and good for Hank for not seeking it, and good for Judge Cannoni for not making it an issue of it. She was given the lowest level program that everybody gets for a first-time DUI, and that's exactly what should have happened.
Is the FBI going to get involved in this, do you think?
Oh, I agree with Hank.
I wish they would. I thought it was sort of a sad day.
I agree with you about Hank. I take that back. I thought you were talking about Alan Jackson, but no. I agree that Hank was doing shit for ego, for sure.
For the justice system, when it was announced in court that, and Mr. Brennan took great pleasure in announcing in court that the FBI investigation was quote unquote closed. I've never heard of that, Howie. In part, and keep in mind, I don't know if your listeners know it, but I was a prosecutor for 18 years before I ever represented a defendant. And I did it at some of the highest levels. I've never heard of an investigative agency announcing to the targets the investigation is closed. That has never happened. So I still have questions about that, but it is what it is. Mr. Brennan announced it in court. I took him at his word. It was to me, it was a punt on the part of the FBI. I think there's plenty of information for them, plenty of evidence for them to investigate, and I think they should. And I think that if they're doing their job, they should look real close into the culture of the Massachusetts State Police, a culture that can foster somebody as dangerous as Michael Proctor and his
A cancer. I remember that's a memorable line in your opening statement. I remember that. Well, I want to play you one cut before I let you go here from Michael Proctor. What did you make of that? Have you watched that yet?
I haven't. I couldn't. I was in a celebratory mood yesterday, so I couldn't bring myself to watch Michael Proctor do anything. I suppose I'll have to do it now. Now you've shamed me into it. I got to watch it.
I got to play you one cut though.
I
got to play you one cut as he goes over his investigative chops here. Cut 9.
Sure.
Is there any part of the actual investigation that you would do over?
Because it's blowing up into this crazy so-called conspiracy, maybe I could have avoided it by, looking at other people's cars just to say we did it. There's some witnesses maybe we could have interviewed a little sooner, but overall, myself and every detective in that office worked this case like we always do, so I wouldn't change anything.
Nothing?
No.
We work this case just like we always do, Alan Jackson.
That is the scariest phrase I think I've ever heard from a detective. Given what we now know about how this case was investigated and not investigated, for him to literally say on national TV, nah, not so much. I would work this case just the same way I'd work every other case, just like I do every other case. Every other defendant, every other defense attorney who has represented a defendant in which Michael Proctor has touched a piece of evidence should be clamoring for some sort of habeas corpus, some sort of retrial, some sort of redo, if you will, in Massachusetts. He is a disaster in terms of an investigator, an absolute abject disaster. For him to say, maybe I should have looked at another car, maybe I should have interviewed a couple of witnesses. Are you kidding? He acts like it's an afterthought. That is your job, sir. Do your job. Do your duty. You're supposed to be an objective finder of fact and then present those facts to a prosecutor who then presents those facts to a jury. None of that happened. None of what I just described happened. And that is day one in law school. That's day one. You learn that.
How's Karen Reed doing right now?
Phenomenal. She is the toughest woman I know. She has a steel spine. She's got no quit. She's never given up. I think, we're all in a position right now. We've lived in the pressure cooker of the last 3 years of this onerous, draconian system that's tried to break her and beat her down, and we've all sort of been through it. Nobody as much as she has. And I think she's just processing what it feels like to be, a truly, truly free woman. She's buoyed by the tens of thousands, millions of supporters who have raised their voices in defense of her, and that's where she gives the credit. Look, we all worked really hard, including her. By the way, she's the unsung hero of the defense team. She's as good a lawyer as I've ever seen, and I've seen some damn good lawyers. She's as good as I've ever seen, strategically, attention to detail, finding the evidence, finding the details, and exploiting those details and exploring those details in a courtroom. She's as good as it gets. But I think now she wants to take a beat, take a breath. She never wanted to be a lawyer. She never wanted to be in this position. I think she's probably going to a little separation from the justice system.
I hope she gets her job back in Fidelity. Alan Jackson, I'm so appreciative of you coming on and give our best to Karen. And I hope next month when you come back, you can come in and spend an hour with us talking about this case.
I'd love to. That's a gentleman's invitation. I will take you up on that.
Okay, I'll be in touch with you in about 4 weeks or so. Great, thank you so much, Alan. And Alan, thank you so much on behalf of everybody in Norfolk County and the Commonwealth. We're so happy about the way it turned out. Thank you.
Me too. You're welcome.
All right.
Talk soon.
That's Alan Jackson.
There you go, guys. He's going to be back on Howie Carr Show for a full hour or something. So that'll be cool. Who was it that asked that? Ducky, yes, it is true. So I was watching some reporters out the front before the verdict was called, before the lawyers were all called back in for the verdict. They were out the front, and the crowd was saying, shush, shush, calm down, we'll all get kicked out if we make any noise. So it was really quiet. It was like watching fucking oh my god, my brain just went blank. What's that movie? The movie with the Hunger Games. It was like watching the Hunger Games. Everyone was just dead quiet, and the cops were all just lording over them. They were all just dead fucking quiet. And then when the verdict was announced, the whole crowd just erupted, and the crowds couldn't stop them. It was like watching the Hunger Games. I was waiting for someone in the audience to go to do the mockingbird whistle. I was like, they should just do the mockingbird whistle now, just for this, while the mainstream media is filming them, because that's what it looked like. It was so bad. So what have I got next? Whoa, hang on, I hit the wrong button. Shit. All right, next up is Billy Bush. I got two because Howie Carr talked with Turtle Boy, and also Billy Bush did. So give me 1 sec to get Turtle Boy talking with Billy Bush up here. Yeah, we don't want ads. I don't know why I'm getting ads in Arabic for some freaking dumb reason, but apparently that's what they're doing. Share this tab. So Billy Bush grabs Turtle Boy on his way out of the on his way out of Dedham. So that's what this interview is.
That courthouse, and the reason is him. So if we can bring up Aiden, I'll take him at any minute. Aiden Carney, a.k.a. Turtle Boy. The guy took him. Oh, there he is in his car. We got everybody on them. Hey, buddy, how are you feeling right now?
You're on top of the world, man. This is the greatest feeling ever. I'm just soaking it all in. My phone's blowing up, as you can imagine. Just feel vindicated, Billy. Feel vindicated.
I mean, it's a great. There's so many things here, but one of the macro issues that I think about is like the internet and how incredible it is in connecting people with, in this case, a sense of justice. You started this whole thing. You saw an injustice occurring and you got this thing going, started making noise, started telling people to come down. You built that crowd out there. It must feel pretty amazing to know that you can mobilize people like that.
It was pretty cool. I didn't think I'd ever do anything like this. I used to be a high school teacher. I never thought I'd be.
I just have to do a quick sound test. Kevy, since you're on real time, can you just tell me if I mute my mic, whether I'm muting the stream? So I'll just play this now.
10 years later doing this, but yeah, walking out of that courthouse today and just having a crowd chant Turtle Boy, it was just like thousands of people. And it was the most surreal and amazing experience I've ever been part of.
Tell me about your words with Karen Reed after the verdict was read and the legal team.
There's no words yet. I missed. Alan Jackson called me when I was talking. I've been doing all sorts of interviews. Alan Jackson called me in the middle of it. I called him back, and I haven't been able to reach him. But I'm gonna see what they're doing tonight. I'd like to think that we need to celebrate. The
waterfall. Maybe the waterfall.
But I can't. Chris Albert has a 100-yard stay away order on me, so I can't go anywhere near him. So we're gonna stay away from Canton. But I'm in Boston tonight, so I'll be. I think their hotel is somewhat near us, so maybe we'll do that. But yeah, it was just in the courtroom. I did kind of like communicate with Karen, with our eyes. Like it's just she was scared, man. There was no other way to describe it. She looked frightened. Alan Jackson looked frightened. He was pacing in that courtroom before the O'Keefes got there, puffing and puffing, and he looked scared. And I've never seen him like that before. And it was just the most tense environment I've ever been a part of. And then to hear not guilty, like everything in you wants to erupt and just cheer. And you're in the courtroom as a reporter and you can't. You got to, So I almost cried, man. Like if you see that, I don't know if it's on video at all in the courtroom. Like I was literally crying. And I'm like, there was no, and then they whisk you out of there. So I didn't even get a chance to say, hug the Reed family or anything like that. They just whisk you out of there. And then, I hugged Karen briefly on the way out when she was, but it was just a mob scene, so looking forward to seeing them soon.
Oh my God. What do you think is next for Karen? I mean, I want her to recoup some money. I've been saying I want her to go and make the Good Morning America pay her $10 million to talk or something. She deserves, she hadn't been able to work.
Yeah, I don't know what her next plan is to make money, but I would assume she's going to have no shortage of book opportunities, movie deals. I mean, I just announced right after this movie was over, it was announced that, I've signed a movie deal. My rights have been signed by a motion picture company called Compelling Pictures, who was doing a documentary on me as well. And so, now it's time to do the victory tour. Now it's time to soak it all in. And, she might not never sue the state or get anything from them, but there are ways to recoup your losses, by monetizing what you've been through. And she deserves it, Billy. She deserves it.
I think so too. And what about the next step within the state? I mean, there's obviously great suspicion amongst people that live in Massachusetts about law enforcement, the judicial system. People are suspect. They want things to change. They think that, the thin blue line is too tight. And something's got to happen. So, I mean, some people are talking about, do the feds come in? Do they investigate? Is there anything that you'll be calling for?
Creators looking for an edge over the competition?
Get 50% off.
I mean, I'll be calling for the feds to investigate, but I won't hold my breath if they don't. I don't think they really answer to journalists, but and they also work in the dark. Like you don't know what they're doing. They don't announce what they're doing. They've claimed that their investigation is over. I hope that's not true, but if it is what it is, and there's not much we can do about it. In the meantime, sacrificing an innocent person and putting them in jail isn't going to get any justice for John. And about the police, one cop has been fired, Michael Proctor, but all these other bad guys are still on the job. Brian Tully and Yuri Buchanan were down there today. They were in the courthouse, and they were seen lurking outside afterwards. Hank Brennan is too gutless to show his face afterwards. He still hasn't released a statement. He's a coward. He took $1 million in taxpayer money when it's all said and done and lost. He couldn't even get a tie. He couldn't even get a mistrial like Adam Lally could get. So he's just too gutless. And they didn't even push for a sentencing. Like he could have asked for 2.5 years if he wanted to, but that would require coming back and showing your face again in that courtroom. And he's such a gutless coward that he couldn't even do that. And he offered a year probation and the defense took it.
Wow. What about Michael Morrissey? What about Governor Maura Healey? Doesn't she have a responsibility to say something right now? At least address this and face have a press conference and take questions?
Yeah, she should have said something a long time ago. She released one statement after Michael Proctor's text got out, but that's all she said. What are we going to do about this rot in the Massachusetts State Police that enabled this? If you ask, I got a buddy who's a good friend who's a state trooper, and he knows Karen Reed's innocent. And he said that, on the job, he goes, most state troopers think she's guilty, most. And that's just unacceptable. Like,
really?
I don't want to be policed by anybody who is that stupid, who is just that dumb. I mean, 12 jurors just sat through 3 months of testimony and 4 doctors said John O'Keefe wasn't hit by a car, period. If you're dumb enough to think that Karen Reed killed John O'Keefe, you shouldn't be police. You shouldn't be allowed to investigate others. You're just not qualified for the job. It's like a doctor that doesn't know how to do a surgery, or doesn't wash their hands. It's like you're too incompetent to do this job. You can't see what's right in front of you.
Talking to Turtle Boy right now, Aidan Carney. He's a man who mobilized the citizenry in support of Karen Reed, and a great victory for her today, and obviously for you. I think there's a civil trial that is still in front of Karen. What do you think? Are they going to any chances of that gets dropped given what just happened?
No, that's going to get settled. So that the insurance company, Karen's not even paying for that. Her attorneys are paid for by her insurance company. They'll pay for you if you get sued for stuff like that. And these insurance companies, they are incentivized to just settle. So because it's cheaper to settle a lawsuit than it is to continue to pay a team of lawyers to fight it. So it wouldn't surprise me if there was some sort of NDA and they gave them $50,000 to go away under the table or something like that. That's the most that they're going to get out of that. Karen Reed won't pay a penny.
Got to say, some of the best remarks I heard were from Bill Reed, Karen's father, outside. He walks down the court. He grabs the microphone and he delivers a very eloquent, gracious speech of gratitude about that legal team. I will say that legal team, that a family has formed here. I've seen some videos of Alan, cooking dinner for everybody, but they really came together in something very, very unique. But the legal team is really great. That Bob Alessi has a bright future, man, and Yannetti, and they're all accomplished already. But boy, I thought Bill Reed was really eloquent when he acknowledged
they love
them.
that. Yeah, they love that. They love that woman. She's more than just a client to them. She's a friend. Her and Elizabeth Little are very close friends. And if God forbid something had happened, or they would have been devastated. Personally, they've seen clients of theirs go to jail all the time, and nothing would have hurt like the sting of Karen Reed going to jail. So I'm sure they're so excited, and they'll be bonded together forever for the fine work that they've done in exonerating this innocent woman.
Did you think this was going to happen?
Yes, I mean I did. When he said not guilty, I was not surprised at all. Based on the questions that the jurors were asking yesterday, it was pretty obvious that was the way that they were leaning, and just the amazing defense that was put on. You knew that there's no way they can ever convict this woman. So the worst case, mistrial. Best case, acquittal, and that's what ended up happening. So I wasn't surprised at all when I heard that.
Turtle Boy, I really appreciate your time. Aiden Carney right there. He is driving home with a big smile across his face. You know, you look like, you know, if you, I think you could be a good actor. So we're talking about the Karen Reed movie. You know, I've been talking about streaming this morning. I think you play yourself. I think you've got some.
Before he goes on to that, drops a bit of a bombshell here. I just want to say, Bo to Bob, he's actually the nephew of one of the George Bushes. So George W. Bush is his uncle, I think he said. So that's why he looks like the Bushes, because he's literally a bush. Just so you know.
Jobs. I don't think anybody can play Turtle Boy. Somebody suggested I play Turtle Boy. I said, what are you talking about? Turtle Boy plays Turtle Boy. He doesn't need any.
I like it. I like the way you're thinking, man. I like the way you're thinking. I'll tell Compelling that, see what they say.
What do you think of Amy Schumer as Judge Beverly?
That could work. That could definitely work. I could totally see that.
Olivia
She's only
Wilde.
young for the role.
Olivia Wilde is Karen Reed.
I think Margot Robbie would be a good Karen Reed.
Yeah,
I could see that one too. Yeah.
Yeah. What about who plays Alan Jackson? I got Ben Affleck, or is he too tall?
Little tall. I'd have to think about that one. But maybe make Mark Ruffalo. But anyway, I gotta go. I got Howie Carr on the other line.
Oh,
but thanks for having me, though.
Give Howie my love. I love Howie Carr, one of the great radio personalities in this in the country.
I like Mark.
Rocks Boston.
Yeah, will do. All right, I'll
tell
talk
Howie
to you.
I said hi. All right, Howie Carr is one of the great voices. There goes Turtle Boy, Aiden Carney. Just think of this.
I like Mark Ruffalo. I think Turtle Boy just said he signed a deal for I don't know, a documentary or something. So Alan prosecuted Phil Spector and he defended Kevin Spacey and won 18 years prosecutor, so he knows right from wrong in a court of law. Exactly. All right, so what's up next? Okay, next I have a FBI agent. Oh, hang on. Wait a minute. I had one more thing in the list. Wait. What's in my list? All right. So I had been saying I'll come back to the to the civil case, because everyone's been talking about the civil case, what's happening with the civil case. So yes, Carol M, and he agrees that they're not great people. He agrees, don't judge me by my relatives. So doesn't make him a bad person. So back to the civil case. So let's talk about that for a little bit. The civil case. So I was wondering how the verdict in this case affects the civil case. And we got a pretty, flat response from Kurt yesterday that he's not sure it does, has no effect on it whatsoever. But I don't think that's true. I think that there's some nuances that change. All right. It doesn't, the verdict here is not a knockout blow to the civil suit, but there's some things that we need to take into account. All right. So how it helps Karen is that there's no criminal finding of causation or negligence in John's death. So in order for them to have a wrongful death, they have to claim she caused it or she neglected, her duty to John. But no conviction for leaving the scene, which is generally the negligence part. That's kind of usually a slam dunk in a liability civil case. A slam dunk liability in a civil case. But she was not found to have struck him or even been responsible for his injuries. So these are all positives that would go towards the civil case. In a civil trial, Karen's team can use the acquittals to show reasonable doubt existed, even to a higher standard than civil law requires. Because in civil law, the civil burden of proof is preponderance of the evidence, aka 51 or more % likely than not. Whereas reasonable doubt is a way higher standard. So she's already reached a way higher standard in this criminal suit. So if the O'Keeffes could still argue that Karen was impaired, the OUI conviction helps them there, that she abandoned John while impaired. There's some questions about how they're going to argue that, and that neglect led to his death. So they could lean into gross negligence theory, which doesn't require the physical contact or intent, just the reckless disregard. But we also know that they're also leaning into intentional infliction of emotional distress, just from reading their civil suit so far. But the problem for the O'Keefes is to win the civil case, they still have to prove causation. And they can't do that when they've now got a not guilty on all of the causation charges in the criminal case. And the defense is now armed to the teeth with, John's toxicology, conflicting medical findings from 4 different medical examiners, or 2 medical examiners, 2 MDs, a house full of other drunk people that also were first responders. They've got a sketchy timeline, and they've also got the defense's own third-party culpability theory. And most importantly, a criminal jury didn't buy the prosecution's version at all. If Karen didn't hit him, Karen didn't leave him dying, and if the bars overserved everyone, not just Karen, then suddenly the real civil targets are the other people at 34 Fairview, not Karen. So that's what the defense would have in their favor going into a civil case. And it won't be the same lawyers, by the way. I think this will be her insurance lawyers or something like that. That's right. Demugglify me. And the moral certainty is way higher than reasonable doubt. Moral certainty is the highest level. Exactly. The bottom line is the criminal verdict guts any of the O'Keefe central theory that Karen killed John. The civil suit can still proceed, but it now has to pivot hard towards she left him there to die or she contributed to risk. The OUI conviction keeps the door open, barely. It's weak footing, but it's definitely, in there for a wrongful death. But it could backfire on the family if discovery in the civil suit exposes even more lies or more inconsistencies in their own circle. Things like we were expecting come out this trial. Mr. O'Keefe might get deposed about who repaired John's car and, who found the piece of taillight that Karen dropped in the driveway and gave it to Proctor. Things like that might come out. So there's a lot that the criminal courts can control a lot of evidence that comes in, whereas the civil courts will let everything in for both sides, not just for her sides. But technically, Karen wasn't leaving him behind or abandoning him because he was at a house full of cops. That's where she dropped him off at. So it's the dagger to the heart of the O'Keefe's entire civil theory. Because if they decide reckless and abandonment route is the way to go to prove the wrongful death side, not the intentional infliction of emotional harm, but the wrongful death side of it, to win, they've got to prove duty of care, breach of that duty, causation, that it was Karen's actions that led to John's death, and damages, that John died, obviously. So if they pivot from she ran him over to she left him behind, they're saying that she breached her duty of care by leaving him vulnerable. But the context is what destroys that theory, because where was he left? At a house filled with police officers, firefighters, first responders, people who allegedly invited him, and allegedly his friend group. But who left? It was Karen that left, who was not invited inside by anyone, wasn't sure that she was, who was intoxicated and had no idea where John went after walking into the house. That would all be Karen. So they can't say that she had a duty of care and that she was sober enough to execute a duty of care if she was blind, rotten, drunk, driving recklessly. Do you understand? So she didn't abandon him on the street. She left him at a house full of police officers who had first responder experience, trained first responders, who are actually more capable than she was at that point because she was allegedly intoxicated. Because they brought the 2 bars in on this, they're saying she was intoxicated. And as we all know, she's not his babysitter. He's a grown-ass man, and he's hanging out in his own social circle. So reckless abandonment will probably fall flat on its face because there was no clear foreseeable danger in leaving him there with police officers, first responders, people who were obviously as drunk as she was, but they're not claiming that. If you wanted to compare the amount of drunk that she was that they're claiming, then that's especially compared to herself driving drunk. So but she reasonably believed he was inside or talking to people he knew, not bleeding out in the snow. And nobody from the party called her to say, where's John, which reinforces they didn't think he was left behind either. So there is a duty of care here, but it arguably belongs to those inside the house who saw John or claimed to or later found him or whatever. It applies to Jan McCabe, it applies to Kerry, it applies to everybody in the house. Not Karen, who was outside alone, unwelcome, and obviously intoxicated and not capable of providing a duty of care. So imagine making the argument to the jury, though, in the civil case, that she left him at a cop's house, who are supposedly his friends, while intoxicated and incapacitated herself at 12:30 a.m., assuming he went inside. Therefore, she's liable for wrongful death. That's just absurd on its face. So I don't know how they think they're going to argue it, but obviously they're going to try. So the OUI conviction undermines that claim because if Karen was guilty of operating under the influence, that makes her less capable of making a good decision than all the other people that were in the house and not legally fit to keep driving or searching further, and at greater risk of hurting someone else. So ironically, the OUI makes it more reasonable that she thought she did the safe thing by pulling away from a house full of cops. So that's the twist. So if the civil suit tries to argue she should have done more, then that opens up cross claims against everyone else inside the house who actually, didn't call 911, walked around his body in the snow, and didn't even open the window, draw the curtains or anything when they heard the ruckus the next morning, where they did have a duty of care. So but she didn't abandon John. She left him at a cop's house. So they're gonna find it difficult to come from the angle of negligence. Every designated driver in America is in trouble if that's the angle that they want to come from. The law doesn't punish people for not having psychic powers. It punishes them for clear, reckless disregard. And here, the only people who disregarded John's life after the fact are the very people who claimed they were his friends. So that's going to be interesting how it goes down. By suing the bars as well, they're trying to have their cake and eat it and sue the baker, basically. So the claim the bars overserved Karen Reid implies that she was impaired, she had diminished capacity to make good decisions, and that the bar staff violated dram shop laws. But what that essentially does is it shifts the blame away from Karen and onto the establishments. So they're still cutting off their noses despite their faces. So now she becomes, legally speaking, a victim of overservice, not the primary cause. So these are all going to be sticky things that are going to come up. along the way, because this stuff is going to be argued profusely. There's going to be definitely more evidence that comes into this. Just to read through your comments, because I wasn't looking at comments, I was reading my notes. Lon, who's our local EMT, along with Arcane, once he left the car, he was no longer in her care. Agreed. That's where it comes down to. I think the civil case might move forward, but I just think it's on very weak ground. So, plus he was in contact with his friend on the driveway over as well, giving him directions there, right? Exactly. All of the O'Keefes seem incapable of making wise choices, right? Exactly. So, Redfoot's just agreeing with Lon Solo. She dropped him off with his consent, with his grown-ass adult consent, right? So they can also actually prove that the car data is false, because the car data the crash data report actually says there were no events. So technically he was on Albert's property, correct? So they're responsible especially from a civil standpoint. You're exactly right, Aaron. Alonso, as much as I don't think this, Peg has as much reason to want John dead as anyone due to arguments over custody. As a reason of argument, I agree with you, but I don't think it either. But yes, I do agree with when it comes to arguing and reasoning in court, for sure. That's right, Lily Rose. That's why I brought that up, because he's a grown-ass man. The two Bryans won't want to testify, Mark. Exactly. They absolutely won't. But if they're deposed, they're going to have no choice. They have to. Maybe they should sue the Alberts Home Insurance Company. They could do that. Absolutely. I'm not sure I agree here, because in civil suit, it's preponderance of the evidence. Yes, we just said that. They've just proved the higher burden in the criminal court of reasonable doubt. They've proved a way higher burden. So if they have proved a way higher burden, which is way more than 51% being preponderance of the evidence, already in a criminal court, then they've already disproved the preponderance of the evidence. So I don't think Peggy has a leg to stand on. I don't think so either. If you get subpoenaed for a deposition, you can't refuse. Well, people do actually. I've been watching that shit happening in another case that I've been watching. But people do actually do that because it's not criminal court. So Karen wanted to go home. Exactly. After MSP statement, there can be no trust or belief. Yeah, that anything will change. Absolutely, Ducky. Bars are easy scapegoats. Exactly, Redfoot. But they can't include the bar in the suit and still claim that Karen bore some sort of, some sort of reasonable responsibility if she was incapacitated because of the bars. So it's kind of like having your cake and eating it too. Would they be better off suing Brian Albert because he let them drive drunk and had a duty to act? Possibly. They won't, but possibly. Yes, Michelle, it's obvious what's going on here. They are, Edie. They're just bringing more attention to the Alberts. Absolutely. Careful what you wish for. This might end up biting them on the butt. But you know what? None of these people involved in the cover-up and the whole thing, nobody's actually made sensible choices here. Like, just forget about the sensible choice being not lying to begin with and trying to make a cover-up. But in the grand scheme of creating the cover-up, they have just cut their noses off despite their faces every time they looked at each other. So, correct. I don't think there's any chance. She's insured for this, so she never has to pay insurance. We'll try to settle. I don't think the insurance will try to settle. In fact, I think there's a very good case that the insurance for all parties are going to fight this, because the two bars have got insurance. They're included in it. They're not going to settle. They're going to fight it. So she's not going to just have her insurance and her lawyers fighting it, but she's also going to have the two bars fighting it. The two bars will fight it for the simple fact that any kind of win here ups the premiums for all the other customers. So I'm pretty sure that the insurance for the other bars is going to fight it too. Where are we? They did not honor his wishes exactly, Michelle. O'Keefe's will be lucky to get enough awarded to pay their lawyer. Right, I don't even know that they have insurance covering it. So, but we know everybody else does. A civil case will open the door again to Brian Higgins and Brian Albert. Bring it on, I say. See, when we're talking about how do we actually get justice for John, the civil case might actually be it. I wonder how quickly the McAlberts will dump Kerry and the O'Keefe family. I say pretty soon, once the civil suit begins. As soon as it looks like they're getting dragged into it again, and it looks like they are the killers again, yes. Issa suggested O'Keefe should sue the cops. Yes, totally agree with that. Right, that's going to come out. That's going to be, see, that's a lower burden of proof in a civil court. They can bring that key cycle data in there, and it's missing some shit. It's missing a lot of shit. So, agreed. No, they haven't. That's how OJ's civil case was won. Are you talking about OJ Simpson? Sadly, no. OJ's civil suit was won because there was evidence that OJ did it. There's no evidence that Karen did this. So sadly for OJ, that's not how it will be in this case. And they didn't try to drag the other bars into it and so on, Bestie Squad. So there is going to be, it's going to be a completely different fight to what OJ Simpson had to fight. It's the plaintiff that will have to prove beyond reasonable doubt or preponderance of the evidence. There's still a chance on the civil. It's the plaintiff. Yeah, that's the O'Keefes. They have to prove the preponderance of the evidence. They're the plaintiffs. I don't think there's any chance on the civil because they're cutting their nose off to spite their faces. They can't have it both ways. They can't say that she was negligent. They can't have she was the cause of death, because the cause of death has just been ruled innocent by 2 juries now. So the whole thing that we read through, you guys might have missed it, but the whole thing that we just read through, juries aren't going to convict her. There's 90%, 92% of potential jurors in Norfolk County think that she's innocent. So no one's going to convict her anyway on preponderance of the evidence for causing the death. There's a negligent side of it, which they're cutting their nose off to spite their faces off, because they're trying to say that the bar's overserved her. You can't have, she's negligent, but she's also incapacitated. So I don't think there's much chance this is going anywhere. So wonder how well Jen McCabe will do on a stand with unfriendly judge and no prosecution to protect her. Exactly. I think that Karen should sue Proctor directly, because I feel like, having lost his job and all that sort of shit, he's kind of undone his immunity anyway. So their public statement was childish. Yes, agree with that entirely. Wonder who suggested that hot garbage. You're talking about the McAlberts. You should watch Judge Joe Brown's video about the OJ Simpson trial. He has a lot of insight into the investigation and the trial. Right. I'm pretty sure I've seen everything there is about OJ Simpson, but I'm not going to learn anything. But, Judge Joe Brown probably has a different perspective. I don't know. All right, I've caught up. So a civil suit would bring out so much more in discovery. That's what I'm saying, Olive. That's what I'm saying. It will be interesting to see if they go through it. I think they're going to go through with it. I think they're just as stubborn as Morrissey. So They don't rectify it. They just give it back to her destroyed. That's the way it works. But I think I don't know if she has insurance. I don't know how that works on your lease. I think it's individual for each company that you lease from, whether they've got this extra insurance. I don't know. But it's going to be covered by insurance. No, the Commonwealth doesn't have to pay for anything. Everyone should show everyone your copy of the McAlpin statement. You want me to put that up again? All right, let me find it. Yes, they are Sydney money hungry grifters. Let me see if I can find it for you. Wow, it's a long way down. Scroll. Oh, shit. Stop it. I'm trying to scroll. Stop. Someone tagged me, and so I thought I'd find it quicker in my notifications. A statement from the select board. We had that just a minute ago, so scroll. Anyway, my copy, it's actually not my copy. Someone just tagged me in it. But that copy actually is the McAlpin statement with "fuck you, Jen" written across the front of it. I can't find it. Too deep in the hole. Where are we? Interview with exit. Okay, yes. Let's bring that up next. I've got that tag next. Let's bring that up next. I just wanted to go through the sort of rough outline of what I was thinking with the civil suit because nobody's talking about it in that sort of detail, but let's get the FBI guy. This link here. Let's grab that. Thank you. Thank you, Super Kev, for all these links, and Michelle, Super Mods in the background, working their asses off for me today. Much appreciated. I will pay you all in kangaroo poo. Share screen. Retired FBI agent. Make that big. Here we go. Goldfish, good morning. Here we go. This is what the FBI agent, retired FBI agent, speaks about the police investigation. Yay.
To talk about the Karen Reed verdict and case is Kenneth Gray of the University of New Haven. He's a former FBI agent. Kenneth, you've been following this case closely, right?
Absolutely. So this case has been going on with the murder in 2022, and first trial ended in a mistrial, and now we finally have some conclusion to this after all this time.
So what was your initial reaction when you first heard the verdict, the not guilty on the 3 serious charges and the guilty on the driving drunk?
So, of course, after watching this very closely, I was not surprised by this verdict. In fact, I halfway expected the jury to end up acquitting her on all charges. But nonetheless, because of her extensive interviews she did after the first trial, she more or less confessed to operating the motor vehicle while she was under the influence. And so they came back with that. But they came back with some questions with the judge before they rendered that verdict, because they were concerned that since it was carried under the charge of manslaughter as a lesser charge, they were concerned that if they convicted her on the operating under the influence, it would end up having her charged with manslaughter. So the end result was she was acquitted on the greater charges and convicted on the lesser charge of operating under the influence.
Obviously, Karen Reed had a ton of supporters. This trial drew crowds every single day to that Dedham courtroom. Now, the jury obviously isn't allowed to watch the media, read anything online about the case itself, but I mean, seeing supporters there when you're coming in and out of the courtroom on a daily basis, does that sway public opinion at all?
I'm sure it did. I mean, there were thousands of people there on the last couple of days of the trial, but nonetheless, as you said, there was a large group that was out there every day when she was coming in and out of the courthouse, and when the jury was coming in and out. And so, despite the fact that they are not supposed to be checking the media and such, I'm sure there must have been times where they might have happened upon reports showing the amount of support she had. This is very unusual. She was accused of murdering a Boston police officer. And yet to have this number of people supporting her shows how much they found that charging her was an injustice. And so now the big question is justice for John O'Keefe. Will the state go and reinvestigate this case and try to find the person actually responsible? Or are they going to claim that Karen Read was responsible, but they didn't have the evidence to convict her?
I'm curious, do you think that they can go back and reinvestigate the case when we know that the investigation was so botched?
Well, that's really the problem here, is that this case was botched from the get-go. Here it is, a snowstorm. They're out trying to collect up evidence there from the front yard. They didn't take photographs. They didn't make a drawing. They didn't make any measurements. The evidence that would have been useful to convict her was not found until days later, and there was no security of that crime scene for all those days. And so anyone could come in there and put that evidence in that place. And that's what the defense was referring to, that that evidence was not found until days later by the lead investigator who was fired on the case. And so not only was the evidence not collected up correctly, but the investigation was being done by a person who, Michael Proctor, who had connections to the Alberts there that owned the house where this occurred at. And so this was a messed up investigation. So there really is nothing there for a cold case squad to come in and investigate. It was a botched investigation from the very beginning.
Right, and I do want to talk a little bit more about the lead investigator, Proctor, who was then fired from the Massachusetts State Police. Now, he, of course, was accused of framing Read, something that he then denied. What role did that play in the verdict? Obviously, with this whole investigation, I think with public opinion, there was a huge mistrust of police because of the allegations.
Yeah, absolutely. So the first trial, the first go around on this, the defense tried to build their case based upon a conspiracy, that Karen Read was framed, that others were responsible.
Shut up with the conspiracy, mate. Conpo. No, I didn't. Kevy's got a pair of jeans labeled kangaroo poo. In response to me paying him in kangaroo poo. Cornpote, can you look at what Cornpote's saying? Because if we can find that, I'll cover that too. I didn't know that. No, Cornpote. So we shall find some info on that and have a yak about it. Let's come back to that.
For the death, and that they tried to use a number of the people that were involved with the party there at the Alberts house as the basis of their conspiracy theory, and that police were protecting the Alberts there because the Brian Albert was a Boston cop, a retired Boston cop. Second trial instead was a battle of experts. The second trial had the expert on the side of the prosecutor that was trying to show that it was possible for Karen Read to have hit John O'Keefe and caused his death, while the defense brought in their experts, which show that it was not possible, that she could not have hit him and have his body thrown where it was into the yard, and that it also would not have broken the taillight the way that it was said. And furthermore, the injury on John O'Keefe's arm, according to the defense's experts, was from a dog bite, a dog that the Alberts had and got rid of immediately in the aftermath of this death. And so you can see where the conspiracy is still looming over the case, even though the defense did not make that as a primary focus in the second trial.
There are so many working parts to this case. It really was crazy to see unfold in the courtroom, not once but twice. And like you said, they took different steps the second time around to try and prove their case. Now, thinking of John O'Keefe, this man is dead. His family has no answer still. There's really no justice for him right now. As a result of that, do you think that this could end up becoming a civil trial?
Oh, absolutely. There will be a civil trial. The O'Keefe's family will sue Karen Reed, and then the level of proof is far lower in a civil trial than it is in a criminal trial, as we saw with the OJ trial. If you recall, for the OJ trial, you're too young to remember the OJ trial, but
I've heard about it.
For those of us who recall the OJ trial, OJ was sued after the trial, and he lost that trial. And so likewise, Karen Reed could be sued in this case by the O'Keefe family, but again, it will boil down to experts.
Right. All right. Well, definitely a case that I'm sure will.
Sorry, muted. I'm not sure it's totally going to boil down to experts. I think that there's a whole lot more involved with that. Let's get this interview with Karen uploaded 1 hour ago. Thank you, Michelle. Share this tab. You're looking at what I'm looking at. Good. Let's get this up on the screen.
You don't have to rush. Can you just tell us what your plans are going forward after yesterday?
I didn't even know I'd be here today, so I had no plans.
Will you go back to teaching, do you think? I mean, what do you want to do?
I don't know if I can. I miss it, though. I miss the students, and I love doing it, so...
How'd you sleep last night? Can I just ask you, 2 years ago I asked you if you did it, and you said no, you didn't. We all know.
What you said to me 2 years ago was, are you saying you were framed, Karen? You were the first journalist to ask me that, and it was prescient, so...
Right. And you said you didn't do it, you said, but would you be comfortable with saying who you think did it now?
I'm worried about libel, but we all know, Steve. We all know.
Can you give us just your own insight? I mean, you're a free woman now. You're not bound by anything.
Oh, no. As long as Michael Morrissey's in power, no.
So you got to give it up. You got to give it up. Sorry.
We never give it up. Alan, how'd you sleep last night, at least?
Like a baby.
You don't have to rush. Can you just tell us what your plans are going forward after yesterday?
I didn't even know I'd be here today, so I had no plans.
Will you go back to teaching, do you think?
Sorry, it's repeating itself. I just got what Michelle was talking about. Not Michael Walsh. Michael Welsh. I got mixed up. One spelt with an E and the other one spelt with an A. All right, the mix up there. Sorry, Corn Pope, not Michelle. It was Corn Pope's message. Michelle, his name is Welsh. So Michael Walsh is the guy who Proctor and Buchanan are involved with prosecuting for murdering his wife. So that's spelt with an A. But Michael Welsh is actually the other dude who got framed by the Massachusetts State Police. Yeah, so we got two different names mixed up there. So but Michael Welsh, now let's go and have a look. This was a month ago. One sentence post 1 month ago. Michael Welsh from Michael Welsh Law thinking about running for Norfolk DA and clearing up this cesspool. So that's about all we got for him. He's thinking about it at this stage. We don't have a whole lot more. He's trying to actually get some interest. He's putting out polls to the Massachusetts taxpayers. Odds. Yeah, I don't see him putting his money where his mouth is yet, but will Michael Morrissey start investigating the death of John O'Keefe? I saw thousands of people in pink today who would love nothing more than that. If he doesn't, then ... He's commenting on Howie's comments. Michael Morrissey is a long-time DA and candidate for district attorney. Will any reporters ask him why he went outside his ordinary operating budget and bought in a ringer? That's Betterow. A post on Michael Welsh's... God, this is too hard. Too hard to get my mouth around it. Michael Welsh Law's post, just sharing Betterow's post. When Michael Morrissey is done hiding in shame, he needs to null pros the remaining charges against Total Boy, which means dismiss them. Correct. So yeah, I'm not seeing anything else there. He has said it a few times. I've seen them. Right, they might be in reply posts, so it will be good. It will be good. It would be bloody awesome. Like, whoever, anybody, just run against fucking... just run against Morrissey. Someone. I think there is a lady who's running against him. Her name is... keep thinking DePetro, but it's not that one. It's a similar name to his, but... What's her name? There is a lady running against him, but we need more, right? So Nan Geller on Tom CPU said she may run against Morrissey once she gets her bar license. She doesn't have a bar license? Oh, she's not barred in that area. The guy who goes off at the beginning is a genius, Aussie. You get the coolest stuff. Thank you, Pez Dispenser in Massachusetts, right? DeJuna Perkins, thank you, Fern's mum. That's who's running against, one of the contenders running against Morrissey. So, yes, I think it was Tom CPU. Once she's got her Massachusetts bar license. So, all right, let me go back through notes and make sure I've covered everything. We're nearly 3 hours here. Jess Machado, right? One more thing. Jess Machado, she's got some jurors reaching out to her, but as well as that, she also has, DA Michael Morrissey's response was, the jury has spoken. That's it. That's all he said. I went to that earlier and just showed the news report on that, but hang on, I need to close some freaking tabs because I lost her. Hang on. Jess Machado did a live spaces on X. We'll tune into that. Howie Carr 24 on fucking 24. It's called. Play the recording. Share it. Let's hit the pause button and I'll get that on the screen. There's not really anything to see. It's really just audio, but we'll get that up for you. Give me 1 sec. She is speaking with Jenna Juror, and the first thing she asked me is why I called her that. I responded, because you were pretty like the Kardashians. There you go. All right, so this is Jess Machado. Share this tab. Oh, fucking screwed it up. Sharing that tab so we can get the audio through. Play button.
You guys want a 24 on fucking 24 right now, everybody? All right. Listen, we're going to start off right at the beginning.
Listen, Linda.
To let you know that I've had you all fooled for the past 2.5 years covering the Karen Read trial. I've been hiding from you the real truth, which is I am, you're going to see, the trashy Fall River girl come out in this 24 on 24. I thought maybe I would be crying right now. Because let's wait for people to jump in. Do we have people here? Hold on. All right, let's start this right, shall we? For the last time. Hi, welcome to 24 on 24 with Jess Machado, where I give you a breakdown on all things related to the Karen Read trial, and I talk to you about all of my observations inside the courtroom. Today, we got a verdict, besties. Everybody just take a deep breath. I know some of you who are listening to this may be here in Dedham. Some of you may be home. Some of you may be at work. But wherever you are, I bet you are overwhelmed with emotion.
We all were, girlfriend. What job interview, Joanna? What job interview? Spill the tea, girlfriend. Spill that tea. I don't know which job interview you're talking. Oh, you mean jurors interview? Hang on, wait. Which jurors interview? Yes, we got the jurors interview. Yes, one on TMZ. That's what you're talking about, right? We just finished it. So
for what just happened today. Do you want to talk about it? Let's talk about it. So as always, let's work backwards. So I just went into the courthouse because I was raised right, and I wanted to go back after the crowd had kind of, well, there's still a crazy crowd out here and news reporters and everything. But I wanted to go back when things kind of settled down and thank my court officers that, you know, handled me and everybody else with such care every day. And Melissa, my favorite court officer, who I just always looked forward to seeing, was always just funny. And when she had to be firm, she was firm. And I don't like to talk about them because, you know, during the trial, there's a lot of things that, you know, we couldn't talk about during the trial. But anyway, I went back and I wanted to just thank them. And I walked up the stairs and they let me in and walked me through security one more time. I said, I'm actually just coming in because I want to say thank you. And I talked to my Black queen who actually testified in Aiden's trial, and I just thanked her. And Eyebrows is another one. I always called her Eyebrows because she has perfect eyebrows. And I just thanked everybody. And the court officer, there's a gentleman who was kind of handling all of the stuff downstairs. He came over to me and he said he wanted to apologize for what happened about the courtroom. So I did not get in, and I don't even care. I don't even care. I do a little bit because I really would have liked to have seen it, but he apologized. He said he was sorry about what happened because not only could I not get in, right, but they made me go around the corner into a corner, and I was with Nick Rocco and SD and some family. That's good road rage. It's some lady driving around with all these pink things flying out of her car. And they made me go around the corner, and then the verdict happens and I say, please let me go so I could report, and they wouldn't let me leave. Nobody can leave. And then I said, now we're seeing everybody leave. I'm seeing Aiden, I'm seeing Sue, and now I'm mad. Now I'm swearing, and I'm like, let me the fuck go. And they yelled down to a court officer, and he's like, of course you can come. And I went, the fuck, like that, like, you know, like it's only been a couple of years worth of like hard work and everything, and to miss it. And I'm just John DePietro in there. For those of you who know, I was walking down the courthouse after this happened. So I said thank you, and the apology not totally accepted. It's fine. John DePietro's on the courthouse steps, and he makes eye contact with me, and he's smiling, like, you know. So I go over and I go to shake his hand, and he doesn't shake my hand. He fist bumps me. And I was like, John, it was a pleasure working with you. And he goes, you too. And I was like, I wish you had just told the truth. And I turned around and walked away. It was actually not a pleasure working with you, John DePietro, whatsoever. I said goodbye to my Dateline peeps. So I'm envious and jealous of everybody that could calmly and quietly hear what the verdict was, because it was a challenge. They wouldn't even let us have our volume up, so I had my phone up against my ear. We kept hearing the crowd roar and go crazy outside, but we heard, I heard guilty on the OUI. I heard that, but everybody kept saying no, complete not guilty. And I was like, no, I definitely heard that, guilty on the OUI. So, I'm overwhelmed, as I am sure you are, and I don't feel like I could even do this 24 and 24 justice, because it's just a real poignant moment. Injustice is a very frustrating thing. I think we all experience injustices throughout our lives, however small, however big. And I think one of the hardest things about injustice and people believing something about you that's not true is feeling helpless that you can't change it, right? That has to be it. How helpless you must feel. But I can't help but think how different it did feel to have thousands of people standing outside, waiting to support her. How different it must feel to know that you have the majority of everybody, every poll you've ever seen on the internet, the majority not guilty. Every time you talk to a stranger, not guilty, unless they have a chip on their shoulder themselves, but not guilty. Every time you talk to somebody at a bar, not guilty. Every time you talk to a family member at a holiday, of course she's not guilty. It must feel different this whole time, knowing that she has had an army behind her. We got word of the verdict. We have to talk about the other verdict piece, but I got word of the verdict from Sue from Dateline. She said, we've got a verdict. We came around to the front where some of the other press were waiting downstairs. They hadn't heard that yet, and within a couple of seconds, it spread very quickly. Karen was coming upstairs from the bathroom, and I went over to her, and the court officer kind of was protecting her, and I was like, I just need a second. And I said, I'm wishing you luck. She seemed calm, collected, and cool. You guys have seen her more than me. I have not seen any video footage of her. I did not get to see her coming out of the courthouse. I was with the family at the limos and got that perspective. I ran over to Janet Reed, and it was just so overwhelmed. Good hugs, really, really good hugs.
We were all like that yesterday, weren't we?
And then talked to Mr. Reed. Kelly Reed was on Interface's live stream. I didn't even realize that she was doing. And I was able to, I was getting overwhelmed with that. You guys know I'm a sad sack. I cry at everything. Go ahead, sir. Karen Reed is innocent, and so therefore you're wearing a pink shirt. Free Karen Reed. Yep, that's right. Yay. We're not going to have any road rage today. You can cut in front of me. You can come up along the side of me. We don't care today. Everything is great. Everything is fine. What was I saying? Yeah, seeing Janet, just because we talked every day last trial in court, and really got to know her over the past couple of years. Just so people don't give me a hard time here. I never once talked to the Reeds behind the scenes. If I ran into Janet at dinner in Fall River at the Cove, that was one thing. I never asked. I never. It was important to me that even though my heart was in it for them, that I tried to stay away from them, an objective away. That was very hard because just over time, and so that was emotional, seeing Janet, and then Bill came around, but the press was just overwhelming, swarming them. It was a lot. I'll never sell my soul for that, to be there and pushing and just animals, just total animals. No thanks. And then I saw Nathan Reed, and he had been crying, and I was just overwhelmed.
Off she goes again.
I saw Aiden.
We were all doing it yesterday. It's okay, Jess.
It's just you work so hard. To fight. They're supposed to be the good people. The police.
Supposed to be.
The DA, the Commonwealth. Those are supposed to be the people that you trust. And we have been raised that way. It's how I was raised. I'm sure it's how you were raised. These are the people. They are beacons of, what's doing what's right. They're the people you go to for that. You go to them for help, right? There's too much. There is too much. How am I going to try to talk about this? Too much. And then you start thinking about the Aiden thing and everything they did to shut him up, to stop exactly what happened. What they knew was going to happen is that every person who heard this story and listened to her and saw her family was like, there is no way she did it. No way. And they knew what would happen, that everybody would feel it. Not hear it, not see it. Everybody would feel what you feel right now, what I feel right now. And they wanted to stop that. And then what do you have? You have a guy out there, right? Totally, off the rails reporting and, doing everything his way. And you're not going to let me go. My blinker is on. Okay, you know what? You deserve what happens to you. You've got this guy who, was kind of getting the attention of a lot of people there, And what's crazy, I think the pivotal moment for them must have been when people who didn't really like his style, right, and would normally be like, oh, Turtle Boy, they were like, Turtle Boy. You know what I mean? Like, they were just like, maybe he is not so bad after all. I'm just going to listen. No, fuck Turtle Boy, but let me listen to this thing. I would never go listen to his podcast, but also let me just go listen to this one about what's going on with this investigation into Karen Reed. Am I going to go read a blog? No, I don't read his stuff. He talks about ratchets? No. No thanks. But the new edition of the Canton story is up and I gotta go read it. And then people were like, wait a second. Wait, maybe this guy's not so bad. And ironically, like, this thing catapulted him, and then everybody was following him. Everybody. And then they had to stop him. They had to stop this. But fuck you. You can't stop people with heart. You can't.
Exactly. You can't stop people with heart. What catapulted him was they kept saying his name in freaking court on national TV. I mean, he was already catapulting by that stage, but that definitely helped, right? She was Fall River reporter, but they let her go. They had to cut back on budget or something, so they let her go. But she was Fall River reporter. But yeah, the thing that catapulted Aiden from, I think he was like at 50,000 subs or something already, just through what we knew of him and people protesting and spreading the word. But the point where he cracked 100,000 and got his first YouTube plaque was because they kept saying shit in court about him. All right, Kev, thank you so much for being the super mod again tonight. Yes, thank you. Kevy's out, guys. He's going to bed. But we still got a couple of mods here. So, but yeah, the fact that they kept saying stuff in court about him while it was on TV, that's what catapulted him. And I'll also just correct her that they weren't just trying to shut Turtle Boy up. That was the side effect of what they thought they were doing. But they were aiming for Karen Read. They were trying to use him to revoke her bail and get her thrown in jail. They set him up the same way they set her up. And that's an important thing to remember. It was the setting up part. They framed Turtle Boy as this person doing Karen Read's bidding so that they could throw her back in jail, so they could revoke her bond. So they framed Turtle Boy, but they also framed Karen Read. And so their framing shit keeps going on and on. It's really important to not miss that point because they framed him fair and square.
Can't stop the feeling. Oh, that's a song. Is that the song from Trolls? You can't stop the feeling. I feel like an asshole. But you cannot. I can't even say it. You can't stop the feeling. You can't stop the feeling. You can't stop heart. You can't stop a true belief in what's right. And you just can't. And so, yeah, I mean, maybe they did stop him for a little while. They got him. But you know what? We saw that not guilty last week, and it set the course for where we were going to go this week. By the way, I knew verdict dress was being worn today. I knew verdict dress was not the dress for yesterday. This dress has been hanging in my closet. I knew it was going to be verdict dress. I didn't wear it yesterday. I knew. Also, last year, I did not wear pink until the day that I thought there was going to be a verdict. And I wore a pink sweater last year, and I just knew. And also, all the questions about my lipstick, I mixed a bunch of different ones to match this dress. I don't have this lipstick. I think, okay, so there's that. So that's the emotion behind everything. See.
All right, so that was Jess Machado leaving Dedham with all her emotions flowing. But what we got a little later was, let me get this one open for you. Stop with the ads. Well, we've got to watch the ads because I'm watching other people's streams and I like to give them. I like to give people the monetization. Let me just make sure I'm sharing the right tab. I'm not. I am not sharing the right tab. Karen Read is free, that one there. So this is what Jess looks like. This is her being a little bit less emotional and a little bit more calm. Talking with Brian from LTL Media about the jury and what she was seeing and noticing. So, whoops.
Ian Gallagher, how are you?
Emotional. Yeah, me too. This is going to be an emotional show, guys. It's wonderful. Yeah.
I haven't stopped crying since I left the courthouse. I cried all the way back in my car, back home. I had to get out and like shower, and I ate a little bit of dinner, did a little bit of work, and responded to some messages. I want to thank everybody for all those messages coming in. I heard from people that I haven't heard from in years that I didn't know that were actually following me and the coverage of this and all the amazing work that we've done here in Norfolk County. I get to the studio. I celebrated by having a big brownie. Right. So I had a brownie, and I got to sit for about an hour and kind of let it go, and before the show, and just kind of zen. And I can believe it, because the horrible case that the Commonwealth presented in front of this jury, it was clear from the beginning of this trial that Hank Brennan and the Commonwealth were going to lose. I'm glad that this jury got it and they figured it out, and they looked at the science and the data, and the science and the data and the injuries to John O'Keefe did not add up. And the scary thing about this jury is saying that Karen Reed did not kill John O'Keefe, and that they believe that John O'Keefe was killed inside 34 Fairview. I'm going to go to Jess first. Jess, your comments, and let us know how you feeling.
Well, I mean, I've been crying essentially since we got the verdict, hence this face. I came home and took a quick shower and cried in the shower. It's overwhelming. It's emotional. We are all connected to this case and to these people. And it's obviously many years of buildup, and there's some sort of a release here. And I think it's a roller coaster of emotions. My initial take here, though, is outstanding jury selection. This was a jury that I felt great about from the beginning for a plethora of reasons. We had a younger jury. We had a more diverse jury. I see younger people. I see them understanding social media. I think they understand butt dials. I think they understand Life 360 thing. Like, I think they're younger, right? And we had some boomers on the jury last time, and I think that those things are a little out of their reach. I think this, as this continues to get dissected, which it will for years to come, I think one of the best parts about this case is the very well thought out jury selection and putting together a group of people that, whether it was the 12 that remained or the original group of 18, I felt it was comprised of people that were capable of working through the hardship of this jury slip. And you could tell that they were being methodical with it. It felt like a tighter jury. And we didn't see any of the other things we saw. We didn't see any jurors skip out like we did the last time, right? We didn't see anybody, leave. We didn't see anybody be asked to leave. We saw commitment, dedication. We saw people that were sick on the jury that stayed and went every day. So, and we saw them work through lunch today, if I'm correct. We saw the timer continue to go through during the day, which meant, you know what, we are here. We value your time, our time. We're going to work through our lunch. We're going to get this done. So, I mean, there's so much to talk about, but I think obviously jury selection and the critical moves that were made during that time frame set them up for success today.
Nan, your prediction of 2 o'clock was pretty damn close. I think it was about 2:30 that we started to hear some action. I reached out to Nathan Reed. I said, anything? He said, courtroom bound. So we knew that there was some action, and we had first we heard there was a verdict, then we didn't hear there was a verdict, and the ground was swelling. And then ultimately, just about, I don't know, it was close to about 4 o'clock or so, 3:30, we actually heard of the verdict. I haven't even gotten to listen to it yet, so we're going to cue that up in a minute. But your comments, Nan, of how this jury spoke back to the community, letting the world know that Karen Reed did not kill Officer John O'Keefe.
Yeah. By the way, I just want to say to everybody, it's a very emotional day for me, and I feel so blessed that I was able to be there in person. And also I'm fangirling because I've met Jess once in the courthouse, and I get to have a conversation with her tonight. So I'm really just a little beside myself. But to your question, Brian, I know everyone was getting a little anxious and frustrated and confused about the OUI charge and the confusing verdict slip. And with all of that said, I really, truly wanted the deliberations to continue. By today, I hit a little bit of a stopping point where I knew, I'm like, okay, I don't know how much more I can take, but I wanted the deliberations to continue because I knew in my mind that I wanted the jury to give this as much thought as possible. I didn't expect them to look at all of the evidence and just on its face, like many of us have, say, this is so clear, like we won't accept this type of sham prosecution or shoddy evidence. I wanted, and I believe truly that Karen deserves, and John O'Keefe deserves, the jury to really deliberate and to look at everything and say, we've seen enough. And after it took them, what is it, 2.5 days or 3 days to do that, we've looked at everything and we're sure. Because doesn't everyone want not just a quick verdict, but a sure verdict? And this was that. I also truly did feel that it was going to hit right after lunch today, and then the jury was going to say, well, we're not coming in tomorrow. I was getting mixed messages on Friday whether the court was going to be open or not, or whether the court was naturally closed and not convening that day for this trial. I knew the jurors would not want to carry this into the next week, and I'm so glad that they didn't. And I was very, very honored to have been present for that absolute chaos in the streets, joyous chaos.
It's literally one of the most historic things I've ever been part of. I mean, it took my breath away seeing, I mean, there had to have been well over 1,000 people in the streets. And it was a little concerning at first because there was some confusion when those barriers went up in front of the courthouse. I thought that was to separate traffic, like they were only cut it down to one lane and let traffic come through. So when they have those barriers,
Oops, I was muted. Scotty, I sent you a link on Facebook Messenger. Boots on the ground, peeps. Scotty's another one. He's been out there every day, rain, hail, or shine, since 2023. I can't even remember, but we'll get him up if he's got a minute. I sent him a link. He'll come up and tell us how long he's been out there doing it, and the feeling on the ground and all the other stuff. 3,000 people out there yesterday. There you go. I knew it was in the thousands. Hey, Joanna. So someone was saying, who was it? Jason, not Haley, was saying he was going to try and put his photos into AI to get it sort of like estimate how many were out there. But if the state police are saying 3,000 people, then there you go. Crazy. Yes, Scotty's amazing. I don't know if he's listening. Usually he's tuned into 2 different streams, so it might take him a minute to catch up, but there is a link in Facebook for you, Scotty. If and when you're ready, buddy, come on up and tell us about
we saw everybody kind of swell like a concert. You know, everybody ran up and they went, oh God, people are going to get stumped because the police started pushing everybody back. It was kind of scary for a minute. And then everybody kind of just respectfully stepped back and waited for the police officers to continue to do what they do and separate, and then allowed everybody to come up. And everybody didn't like kind of bum rush. They just walked slowly. I have to say, the crowd down there was very respectful. I didn't see any issues or incidents. I didn't see anybody getting arrested or anybody getting yelled at. I think the police were in complete control of the area. They were very respectful this time around. It was amazing. You know, there's so many good people down there that came up to me multiple times and just said, you know, we love what you do. And I know they were giving, you know, Nan and Jess tons of congratulatory statements, and it was just a very family-like environment down there today. And I think a lot of people just put everything aside and focused on the main thing, and we got that today. So it was pretty incredible.
Yeah, I was worried about people's safety for just a moment. I mean, when people ran up to those barriers, I then started to think, and maybe you did as well, like, I hope someone doesn't get trampled. This is trending towards maybe an OUI conviction, but what if we misread this altogether? So I didn't want there to be a riot. And I will say, I'm going to take the opportunity to say that I thought, from my observations, law enforcement was very professional, very calm, very respectful, And, you know, they were present, they were doing their jobs, but I saw many of them smiling. I saw a few of them do one of these, you know, so it was great to be part of it.
It was. Quick question from Susie. She's asking, did we see any non-support? I didn't see one. I think we got yelled at by someone when they were driving up there, and they got video of us, but we just ignored them and kept going. But there was no one out there. There was no blue shirts out there or anything like that. So
yeah.
Inner text.
Yeah.
I wasn't really looking for any of that today. Go ahead, Jess.
I was just going to say, I mean, I can't imagine anybody would expect the crowd to be any different than how they actually acted. They have abided by the buffer zone, not only this year, but last year. The only day we had an issue in the buffer zone last year was when we had the, 5 crazy women show up and start causing a scene and being confrontational. Every other day was perfect and well mannered. I knew that that's how it was going to be today. It's funny, and the irony is not lost on me, that the buffer zone cultivation and then being greedy and asking for more of a buffer zone ultimately led to now having to manage a crowd directly on the steps, and so poetic and so rightfully so that it ended up working out that way. Yes, the cops were all great and everything. Okay, but you know what? This is your own doing. If you guys had if the Commonwealth had just shut up, you would have had everybody down the street. And obviously I was there last year for that. And it was very anticlimactic. First of all, we didn't get what we wanted. We also heard right away that we were going to have a retrial. So you didn't really know how to react. There was some joy about like the hung jury, but then quickly pivoted over to we're stuck. Now we're going again. So, and everybody left. It was pouring. This is exactly what you had hoped it would look like. It was cinematic. It was celebratory. It was emotional. It was
people
one
popped
group
confetti.
of
There was
people.
people popping confetti. It was awesome.
It was just,
streamers
I mean,
of
somebody said to me, is Gillette doing anything today? Maybe we should move this party over to Gillette Stadium. And I bet you could have filled it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think it went exactly how we expected. These are good people supporting her. And there were no bad characters, and everybody behaved. And it was what it was supposed to be.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, I didn't even have to see anybody like self-police or anything like that. It was just so great. Like people know to be adults and go down there because it was very important. And then, when we had to be quiet, there was a little bit of police to be like, shh, Alan Jackson would joke around a little bit, come on, shh, it's funny. And they get, everybody did their I love you signs. And it was just a very historic and joyous occasion. Tommy CPU in the chat, he says, we manage ourselves. There's no need for police. I love that, Tom. And I have to say, I give you an abundance of credit. And if you hear the video I just played at the end, Tommy and I were having a conversation off camera. You can pick up a little bit of that audio. And it's been such a pleasure getting to know you. And you've been down there countless hours doing live feeds, and the feed that you had today was amazing. The shot you had squared up for everybody to see was just such amazing. Tommy, you've done great work. Stood out in the cold, the heat, the rain. You're always there for Karen. You've always been there for Turtle Boy. And tonight you should pat yourself on the back. You owe that to yourself. You should relax. And I don't know what you do. I don't know, sit in some fuzzy slippers or something, but have some fun. Smile a little bit brighter today because you did do an amazing job. All right, let's do this. Let's pull up the verdict and we'll listen to the verdict as it unwinded in court. Very tense moment. It's funny. I was actually, before I play this and let everybody know, Sue O'Connell actually was right next to me when she came up to do her on-air interview when they had the live feed. And I asked her, I said, Sue, how was it in there today? She said, incredibly tense. The defense team still seemed focused. When they actually read off the verdicts, you could see them being pretty celebratory, but not until the final verdict was read. And then we saw the emotions come out and Karen cry. David Yannetti shed some tears in court today too. And I loved when Yannetti came out and it's such a proud moment. And Alan Jackson and Bob Alessi comes out, and then fucking Aiden comes out and just, yes, and just pumped the whole crowd, and the crowd goes fucking wild. It was like a movie. Watching it. It's so cool. All right, let's pull up the verdict here, and we can watch through this.
We don't need to watch it again. I just wanted you to meet who Jess is and talking about, her experience being in there. She didn't get in there as often as the other journalists, so probably didn't have as much feedback as she normally would, but there was something I was going to switch to. Oh, that's right, Dejuna Perkins. Let's switch to that. A statement that she made. So she's running against Michael Morrissey. Dear friends, yesterday a Norfolk County jury found Karen Reid not guilty for the death of John O'Keefe in a case that captured the international attention. Let me just double check you're seeing it. Oh, you are. Good. A Boston police officer, family member, and friend of so many is dead. Meanwhile, the erosion of trust caused by this disastrous prosecution resulted in a crisis with an impact that extends far beyond the borders of Norfolk County. I would like to highlight a few important points. No experienced prosecutor would ever have charged Karen Reid with second-degree murder in the absence of stronger evidence about how he died and in light of compelling evidence that Reid was too intoxicated to form the intent required to convict her of murder. Charging someone with a good faith basis, I just lost it, to believe the Commonwealth can meet the high standard of proof beyond a reasonable doubt is unethical. I have not spoken to a single current or former prosecutor who believed the evidence to support this charge, supported this charge. Number 2, DA Morrissey's publication prior to the trial of a video in which he publicly vouched for the credibility of his police investigators, including disgraced Trooper Michael Proctor, violated the Massachusetts Rules of Professional Conduct for Prosecutors. Dun, dun, dun. We all knew that. So did the defense. They raised it multiple times in dismissals and pre-trial motions. This is unconscionable behavior for a district attorney, and a complaint is currently pending against him before the Board of Bar Overseers for this conduct. Yes. Thank you to Dejuna Perkins. We were all wondering if he was ever going to get held responsible. DA Morrissey knew or should have known of Trooper Michael Proctor's unethical and biased behaviour prior to the first trial and failed to take appropriate remedial action to prevent Proctor's conduct from jeopardising the O'Keefe prosecution and other criminal investigations like the murder of Anna Walsh in Cohasset. So there you go. That is Dejuna's statement. I think it does go on, but I'm only seeing one page of it here. So Dejuna Perkins is running against Michael Morrissey, and I am pretty sure. I'm pretty sure he has completely screwed, all chances of anything ever happening in his favour for the next elections. I think she's going to run against him, and I think she's probably going to win. I hope other people stand up as well and provide more chances for him to be voted out. So can't be his twin, bro, though. Twins have the exact same. What are you talking about? Commonwealth needs to take a long, hard look in the mirror. Exactly. So, wow. Yes, exactly. Wow. So, yeah, we all know that won't happen. Okay, you're talking about something else. Okay. Morrissey's on his way out. Like I can feel it. Like he's not going to win this next election. He's on his way out. John DePetro got his boom. Someone interviewed John DePietro. Okay, so this is Linda Kenny Baden from Justice Serve TV. She says, maybe he thought note taker alternate juror was going to support his views. Instead, John DePietro got his boom. Okay, so that means John DePietro. This is the alternate juror interview. Okay, so the juror said, I was not a deliberating juror, so I can't speak to what the 12 deliberators were told. As for being an alternate, I have to confess to being feeling very let down when Jim called my number. He called 3 other numbers before 17. I thought I was going to get through, but what can you do? It's the luck of the draw. 6 of us had to be alternates. So DePietro asks, how would you have voted? Alternate juror says, I would have voted not guilty on all charges, except maybe the OUI. I think she was drunk in the morning. They tested her in the morning, but that doesn't prove she was drunk when she left the bar, because she easily could have gone home and drank. DePietro asks, how was Hank Brennan? The juror says, Hank was very focused, very determined. He did a great job at crossing Sergeant Barros. He definitely tripped him up and got him confused on the pictures, but at times Hank came across as just plain rude. Saying, over here to witnesses was way over the line. And the thing with holes in the back, and that thing with the holes in the back of the hoodie, that really hurt his credibility. DePietro, how was the blue paint? Juror says, honestly, my head was spinning. I thought it was a joke. I couldn't believe a forensic expert would do something so silly. All it did was demonstrate that if you intentionally put your bare skin against wet paint, the wet paint would transfer to your skin. I don't know how anyone could think that was a smart thing for the prosecution to show. Oh my God, this juror is cracking me up. DePietro, what was wrong with the case? Juror, there were some glaring holes for the prosecution. To name just a few, 1, Hank kept portraying Karen Reid's statements at the scene as an admission, but that doesn't add up. If Karen Reid admitted guilt to killing a cop, why didn't any of the cops on scene arrest her? That's what we were all saying. Or even detain and question her or put it in their reports. There's an officer down and there's a woman yelling her admission for emergency responders to hear, but by coincidence, not a single cop heard it or thought to write it down. That's just odd, right? I thought I might just actually share this screen with you. Wait. Let's share this screen with you so you can read along with me. So you're just not looking at my bubbling. Okay, so 2. No constant explanation for injuries, sorry. Oh, shit. It's over here. No constant, oh, fuck, I lost my page. No consistent explanation for the injuries. No medical doctors would say that a car was involved. If he was on the lawn from 12:30 to 6 a.m., where was the frostbite? The state just ignored this. Why? I'm not a true crime guy. I don't know about other murder trials, but maybe you do, John. Is it normal for the state to charge someone with murder when their own medical examiner can't or won't call it a homicide? Is it normal for the state to not call the main detective? Now, consider, is it normal for both of these things to happen in the same murder trial? Common sense would suggest no way. That's massive doubt. I don't know what DePietro replied to any of these things, but anyway, he says, what did the defense do well? The juror says, defense did a good job of establishing reasonable doubt, especially with Trooper Buchanan. He was so defensive. I kept asking myself, why are the police so defensive and evasive here and not just mechanic? DiPietro asks, who were good witnesses? The scientists from ARCA were convincing, and when they were cross-examined, they didn't get defensive or snippy, contrasted with so many of the witnesses for the prosecution. Brian Laughlin was maybe the most convincing, at least for me. I was born in Norwood when JFK was president and have lived in Massachusetts my whole life. I have shoveled more driveways than I care to remember. If there was a body laying on an inch or two of snow just off the road, there's no way the plow driver would miss it, right? Unless the plow guy was drunk or had skipped his route. Oh my God, but DiPietro would have been hating these answers, like, seriously. Who were bad witnesses? Jen McCabe. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Too many things didn't make sense, especially she forgot who she called when those other agents asked her. Kerry Roberts, she kind of admitted to lying at the grand jury. She said she didn't do it on purpose, but still, it made me wonder, why is the state calling someone who lied at the grand jury? The Boston cop diva, she didn't want to answer anything. Haha. It's kind of funny in hindsight, but at the time it made me think, why is a policewoman so reluctant to say whether or not there were cameras at her police station? So there you go. They were all good statements, weren't they? I'm just looking to see if I'm just looking to see if anyone posted a link to it. I don't know that this was done. Ham sandwich. Rentula was awesome. Shout out to his son Kai on his 10th birthday. Poo poo on you, Bev. Exactly, Carol. We saw through all of it. Yeah. Scotty, did you get my message to come up? I sent you a link. I'm an actual boomer. Boomers are not all tech stupid and far more experienced. Exactly. I sent you a link on Facebook if you're paying attention. I feel like DiPietro stopped the interview early. Does someone have the link for that? DiPietro has it linked on his X account. All right, let me go look. John DiPietro show or something like that, isn't it? Where are you? More on than off. DiPietro. Juror 17, who ended up as the alternate. It's just a WordPress article. Yeah, it's just a WordPress article. He hasn't actually got a John DiPietro thinks it's a great fucking thing that he was on court TV last night and was the only one to answer no, justice was not served. John DiPietro asked the juror, Hank said she backed up, hit him and left him. Why was he wrong? Juror 17 said, we never got any real evidence of a collision. Again, no medical doctor said he had injuries consistent with a vehicle strike. Yes, Hank said she hit him. Okay, but Hank's statements aren't evidence. I love it. Yes, Hank's statements are not evidence, moron. Lawyers say a lot of things. Can't take what either side's lawyers say at face value. Interesting. People are making fun of Juror 17. That's funny. Juror 17 has much common sense as TB or any of us. La la la. And everyone fucking loved John DePietro. Everyone is reposting how he ran into someone's car, and guess what? The taillight didn't break into 47 pieces. Where are we? Thank you, Michelle. It's annoying too, and sometimes jumps, so be prepared for that. Hang on. Wait. Petro has it on his ex account. I only found a hang on. Let me see. Whoops, hang on. Wait. I can't do it this way. Wait. I gotta go this way to get the link. John DePietro. Yeah. It's not a video. It's just a WordPress document. Yeah, it's just a WordPress document. There's no video that goes with it. But someone's saying that they saw a video. It's not that link though, Michelle. I can't watch him anymore. Is it on Vinnie Politan made DePietro face his booze twice in one day? That's hilarious. I wonder how the jurors will react when they see how much was hidden. Yeah, I'm waiting for the interviews to come out for them when they finally get to that point where they realize how much was hidden. So, Court TV is the media outlet for the government. Absolutely, Bob. Virtual juror, did you actually see something? Was juror 17 the alternate who took several notebooks? That's the one. I think he said he slipped into alternate's DM. Gotcha. His DMs in Facebook. Right. Okay. Well, there you go. Yeah. It's just a WordPress article that I'm finding, not actually a spoken interview. This makes me sad. The jurors thought Hank was being rude when in reality he was catching them looking at the defense for answers, which is clearly evasive and violating the oath. Like some of these excuses that the aunties come up with are just horrendous. And they have a hide to center and say the jury's dumb. Like, I mean, are we looking at the mirror, folks? Jesus Christ. The video they speak of is Juror 4, I believe. Yes. Well, see, I played Juror 4, but I was hitting the mute button to mute myself, which apparently was muting the stream. So that's why it was patchy. But we can listen to Juror 4 again. We're just about done here. We are nearly 4 hours live, but we can listen to Juror 4 again. I have Juror 4 racked up already, so we can listen to Juror 4 one more time. Somewhere here. without me hitting the mute button again. Took me a minute to realize that when I muted my mic, it was muting my link to that program as well. So I will not do it this time. But you'll just have to handle the hum of my fans that's keeping my computer cool at the moment so we don't overheat. DePetro was getting sign bombed all the time in front of court, sometimes by me. I was a pain in his ass to the point that he was looking for me over his shoulder. Oh, come on, Scott, come up here and tell us the story. Please, I sent you a link. Juror 17 had 7 notebooks. Oh my God. I know their narrative is completely collapsing because they couldn't. We're up to 2 juries now. We're up to 24 people. So crazy. All right, let's have a listen one more time to what Juror 4 said.
So I think for the jurors, there's a mix of some people think that she was definitely innocent, and the other people, there was a lot of reasonable doubt, at least to where we didn't want to convict her.
That's really interesting. So could you give me a breakdown there? Roughly what percentage of the jury felt she was innocent?
I mean, I can only speak for myself. I think that she was innocent. It's hard to tell exactly what people think deep down. There was a lot of things thrown at us, of evidence. So it's hard to tell what truly.
So you say in your head she was innocent. Does that mean you think she was framed by people inside that house?
It doesn't necessarily mean that. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened to John. Really, I was only presented a limited scope of what happened at the night, and I could only base my opinion off of the evidence that was shown in the courtroom. So I don't really know if there was a cover-up or not. I know that's the big conspiracy about it, but I don't really know. All I know is that there was a lot of holes in the investigation. Whether they were deliberate holes or not deliberate holes, it's kind of hard from me sitting back to know that, what actually happened.
So what was the feeling of the jury? Because Alan Jackson and the other lawyers raised the issue that she was framed by cops and that they would have turned that house upside down if they really wanted to do an honest investigation, and that he was not hit by a car. He was attacked in that house, bitten by a dog, and then put outside to frame her. Did people on the jury, or some of them, buy that argument?
I think some of them bought that argument. It's just hard to tell, though, because whether or not we think that there was malicious intent, we were only presented with the facts that they didn't go into the house. So, there's an example of reasonable doubt. So, there's other examples of reasonable doubt. So, even if you want to completely buy into the theory or not, that wasn't what we were tasked with. We were tasked with finding, convicting, or deciding on this person's fate based on the proof and the evidence that the Commonwealth was able to present. And there was a lot of holes in the investigation.
Yet you went many steps beyond that, because you say, in your view, she was innocent. What compels you to think that?
Well, one thing that I think that compels me is we did a lot of review of the tapes, and it seemed to me that the videos that we could see from the car after the alleged incident happened, that when we could see the taillight, it was lit up red where it shouldn't just have been red. So that leaves to me a conclusion of, well, how come it's red in this video after the alleged collision happened, and then it's not, it doesn't have any red pieces where it should be red.
So in other words, you do not believe that SUV made contact with John O'Keefe?
I don't believe that the SUV collided with John O'Keefe.
What was the initial vote with the jury when you first took your vote?
We didn't do an initial straw poll. The judge recommended to us in the courtroom that is not a good way to do it. we broke down. What we did is we broke down each charge, and we went from top to bottom and discussed everything thoroughly, and did our best to do right by the Karen Reed and the Commonwealth.
Was there a division initially?
Yeah, there was a division. But that's what we're there to deliberate and talk about all the evidence. There was 2 months of us sitting there, them throwing all this information at us absorbing the information, going home, thinking about it, reviewing it in our heads, and we finally get to the deliberations, and now we have an opportunity to discuss. Some people went into the deliberations and they were still unsure after two months, and that makes sense because there was a lot of things going on. There's a lot of information. How much can you weigh one thing or another thing over,
Yeah. What about jurors who felt initially she was guilty? Were there any of them?
Yeah, there were a few jurors that think that had thought that initially when they went into the deliberations, that was their standpoint, and that's what we were there to do, to talk through all that and bring up every single piece of evidence. Is there an angle of reasonable doubt to where we're not really sure? Like, are you really sure? Are you 100%, or are you 99.9%? If you're that 99%, we can't convict you.
What brought the ones who felt she was guilty over to the not guilty side? Was there anything in particular that seemed to resonate with them?
It's hard to tell from my position. You'd have to ask them about it. But in my opinion, I think it was just due to the poor investigation. There's just too many holes. And, it's hard to prove that the collision happened. So if there's reasonable doubt that happened, or that there may have been foul play, if there's room for that, then it's hard to come to a guilty verdict.
What happened when the jury initially said they had a verdict and then said, oops, no, we don't, and then 15 minutes later they said, oh, we do? What happened there?
That actually is kind of interesting. So the envelope, it was sealed and it's locked away. It'll never be looked at. But on everything on that initial slip was the same as the slip that was presented.
But why did they pull it back?
The pulling the back was for the OUI charge.
Driving under the influence, essentially. Drunk driving.
Yes, driving under the influence. We in our deliberations, we had decided there was enough evidence and proof that she was driving under the influence.
So, how did the defense do? How did the lawyers do, in your view? Her lawyers.
For her lawyers specifically, I think they all did. I think that all the lawyers on both sides did a really good job. They presented their case as well.
The police, you say the investigation was poor. The defense said it was more than poor. It was corrupt, and they pointed to the lead detective who had been fired, didn't testify in your trial. Did that have an impact? And did you think it was a corrupt police investigation?
Do I think it was a corrupt police investigation? I don't know. There's no way for me to know. I wasn't there. There was just, there was holes in the case that left for reasonable doubt. I think they could have checked some boxes or done some things differently. But do I know that they were corrupt? Absolutely not. I don't know that there was any corruption going on. But do I know that there wasn't enough proof or evidence secured by the police to convict Karen Reed? Absolutely not. There was not.
Fair to say that your view was that her SUV did not make contact with O'Keefe, therefore she did not kill him, but you don't know how he died.
I would say that's fair to say. I don't know how John O'Keefe died, And I do not believe that there was a collision between the SUV and John O'Keefe.
Did all of the hoopla around the case, the people outside, did it give you comfort in reaching a verdict like this, that you saw there was a community behind your point of view, or was it irrelevant?
Honestly, that made the pressure a lot harder, and it did not give me comfort. It made it a lot harder to block out everything and come to a decision.
Why did it make it harder?
It made it harder because all of the eyes are on us. We were told we're the most important people in the courtroom, and they keep us away from the crowds of people in the front of the courthouse, but we do see them, and I don't think that having all those people swayed me to go either way. We were only tasked with looking at the evidence. We were 12 jurors. We had to back up how we felt in this for our decision, and we couldn't let any outside factors, her punishment. We couldn't factor any of that. We had to look at the evidence that was presented to us, absorb it, really understand it, and see if there's any reasonable doubt. And there was.
I would just like to point out that it was Bev who scared the pants off them about the crowd outside, because right back when she was selecting the jury, she was lecturing them about, the outside people interfering with their process. Then when she got the jury selected, she said it all over again. Like, she was the one who kept putting it in their heads that there's all this outside pressure on them, and she should never have done that in the first place. But worth noting. I have here next topic. Hang on. Let's stop sharing because I got my screens freaking back to front. It's confusing me. Let me share this tab. I don't know if you guys know who this is, but Carol Erskine, and she is actually a retired, I don't know if she's retired. She's a retired Massachusetts judge, but she's not completely retired. She's still teaching. But anyway, she made some posts that I thought were very interesting. She was making posts throughout the trial. The whole her entire X account is very interesting to watch because she was going through it just like we were. So yeah, this is what she says about Bev. And she is actually asked how she feels about AJ's comments to Howie Carr earlier regarding Bev. She actually agrees with him, so I'll get to it. But over and over again during the Reid trial, I posted on X my view that the judge frequently violated the Sixth Amendment rights of Karen Reid on certain rulings. In those posts I wrote, the Sixth Amendment is on life support in that courtroom. The fact that the defense team with Boston defender, that's David Yannetti, was able to overcome the odds often stacked against them by those rulings is nothing short of amazing. I wrote last week that Jackson's closing was brilliant and it would be a delusion to think otherwise. On Boston 25, I spoke about this after the verdict came down. After 20 years on the bench and now teaching constitutional law, I stand by every one of those statements that I made. I promised followers on X that I would speak out about the specifics of why I viewed there to be a lack of impartiality at times during the trial, and she's going to do that soon. Yay for you. I am looking forward to it, Carol. Please bring it on, baby. But anyway, she says down here about Alan Jackson. She heard Alan Jackson's interview. She says Jackson was absolutely right to be upset and angry about Shelley that took place in that courtroom. It was at times palpable. I have posted about some of those issues, and while I sympathize greatly with the O'Keefes because it's a tremendous loss, one juror spoke out saying it was the poor investigation that led to the ultimate verdict. she's saying the same thing as us, like the O'Keefes are angry with the wrong people. So I just thought maybe we would go see what we could find. She don't want to watch anything about Proctor because he's a loser. This is Boston 25 for having me on for the live post-verdict coverage of the case. So impressed with the anchors on scene, reporters, and the entire staff. I think that's just a picture. It's not actually the link. So we'll get there. She says it was federal authorities, not the Norfolk DA's investigation, who gathered compelling new evidence against Farwell, all missed by state police investigators connected to the DA's office. Stage crime scene, DNA, phone text, broken necklace, pattern imprint, yes. Indeed, she's right again. She was reading the 45-page federal affidavit regarding Farwell, so she's got a lot to say about that case. Harmony Montgomery, she's also let down by the state. Very sad story, that one, for those who haven't seen it, but her father punched her to death, basically. Please take a few short minutes to read this statement on Harmony Montgomery. A history-making trial in Norfolk, is it, Karen Reed? The trial was held in Boston, prosecuted by the Norfolk District. The lead... major protests erupted outside the courthouse in support of the defendant. The lead investigator and key witnesses from the Massachusetts State Police was Trooper Michael Proctor. Sound familiar? No, it's not the Reed first trial or this trial. This is from the infamous case of Sacco and Vangetti. A lot of people have been talking about that one. Tried in 1921 in the very same courthouse as the Reed case. Major protests erupted outside the courthouse to support the defendants. When Trooper William Proctor testified, he would not confirm or deny that the bullet came from Sacco's gun, leaving the implication that it could have come from Sacco's gun, despite the fact that he knew the bullet was not fired from Sacco's gun. Proctor later revealed that he lied, and many historians claim he was pressured to lie by the district attorney. The defendants were convicted and executed, and it wasn't overturned until after they were executed. So now, over 100 years later in Dedham, the right to fair trial is itself on trial once again. It is more important than ever in order to avoid the mistakes of the past. Underlying all the noise is the tragic fact that a man has died, leaving a grieving family behind. Nothing in American jurisprudence is more crucial than safeguarding the Sixth Amendment rights of the defendants to a fair trial. Whether Reed is guilty or not guilty is only for 12 people to decide, not everybody on the internet. Sacco protests, Getty Images, New York Daily News. Reed protests, New York Post, who were arseholes through the whole thing. So there you go. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Right? Interesting. Interesting indeedy. She must have wrote some more down here. Never said anything about their guilt or innocence. Only that the testimony by Proctor from his own admission was that he lied. Yeah, she cops it from the aunties, but I like this lady. I like her a lot, despite the fact that she happens to appear with Julie on court TV often. She's very supportive of Harmony Montgomery, and we all were. The only reason I didn't cover that was because it was just such a tragic case involving a child, and I don't want to exploit children on YouTube. That's a bad thing. More, I did cover two cases involving kids, but I don't do that anymore. So I can't find any more of her comments about the trial, but yes, interesting. That Juror was born to be one. He seems likely very sensible kid with a good head on his shoulders. He is probably the mediator, peacekeeper in his relationships. Yeah, I don't know why I get that vibe. Yep, interesting. Okay, we're done. We've been here for 4 hours. It was a big stream, and I did work out that the fans, even though it makes my audio a bit noisy for you guys, it keeps everything cool so I can stream for 4 hours. So that's a good thing. Let's find ourselves an outro. What shall we have for an outro today? Raise some hell. So, power play. Let's do Can't Stop the Bangs. I was going to play Kevy's, but he's gone to bed, but we'll do this one instead. Shut up, that was loud. Damn ads. Okie dokie. So this was my Can't Stop the Rock song, but it's actually Can't Stop the Bangs. Let's do that. No, let's not do that. Let's do that, and then that, and then that, and we're ready. Let's knock that off. What? Can't hear your fan over the fan on my laptop. Well, there you go. I've actually got several fans going. I got one going in the other room, plus these two underneath the laptop. But we cooked the other day. There were so many things I was going to cover on the stream yesterday that I just didn't cover because we cooked and I wasn't even sure we were going to make it to the end. And then I crashed right at the end. Usually when this laptop crashes, it's like a complete fucking total logic board replacement. But not this time, thankfully. So, so yeah, as long as you can handle the sound of the fans, I will get it back to the repair shop to find out what's going on with the power. It's something to do with power that's causing it. So I will get it back to the repair shop and we'll get it repaired. Anyway, that's it for today. Here is our closing out tune. Everybody enjoy yourselves. Have a nice evening, whatever it is that you're up to. Love, love. See you next time.
Stop the bangs. 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 Can't stop the bangs. You can't stop the bangs. Stop the bangs. Stop the bangs. Can't stop the bangs. You can't stop the bangs. Can't stop the bangs. You can't stop the bangs. Can't stop the bangs. Shake that paranoia. Can't stop the bangs. Shake that paranoia. Can't stop the bangs. Our movement stop the bangs. Can't stop the bangs. Can't stop the bangs.